you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. My name is Oyin Kolobio, aka Electricity. I am your host this evening, and thank you, viewers, and those that may join us in the on the platform. Today's broadcast will be interesting. Given to the topic and the thumbnail in particular. I've had, before I go ahead, I hope you've had a good week and your weekend is going on well. I've had few people reach out to me in respect of the thumbnail. That's what am I trying to say? There is no description there, and I say yes, it's a deliberate thing for me not to put description on in that regard. So, and they say, why? I said, well, you listen to the broadcast, then you will see where I am going. Don't let me let the cat out of the bag yet. So that is why I left it like that. And I will be I'll be joined by Chim, one of our panelists. He's a professor in his own right. So, Chim, welcome to the to the platform.
Full disclosure: I have no PhD, so
I know what I'm the one that said it, so it's me that will come after, not you.
Okay.
Good allegation is allowed. I believe you must have seen the. Maybe you want to greet viewers and that is out there first, before we jumped into it.
Yes, my name is Chimezie Uguru, aka Chim, and greetings to all those who will be joining us in the show, including those who will be on the comment section to cheer us up and add their own voices. So I hope we can all collectively make it a very interesting conversation today. I believe everybody has something intellectually sound to contribute to the topic of today. So let's take it on and then see how far we can make justice of it.
Yeah, thanks, Chim. I believe you must have seen the thumbnail, which says "Black Supremacy." What crosses your mind when you saw the thumbnail first? The thumbnail. What crosses your mind?
Black supremacy. Of course, we know that there's a popular version of it, which is the white supremacy, and of course, English language supremacy simply implying that someone or a group of people believe that they are of a better quality or better, better everything. It could be educationally, intellectually, culturally, they're just better than some other groups. So if we transpose that definition to say black supremacy, it will also mean the same thing. That we're saying that blacks.
If we go by what you just said, better things than the other people. So you are in Canada at present, and if we say, will it be a fair statement to say that education you mentioned, electricity, there are a few things you mentioned better than your primary nation, which is Nigeria? Would you say that is wrong for one to say that they are more superior than you?
Yes. So okay. So when we don't, so right now that would not be a racial thing. You will be looking
Yeah.
at it from a location index, in the sense that you were saying that society, this social and society is superior when it comes to development, comes to some indices of living standard, education, electricity, good roads, potable, drinkable water, whatever else you want to add into that list. Yes, to that extent, it would be agreeable if you look at it vis-a-vis what you have in wherever it is you were coming from before. And if it does not measure up to this, then these people they're obviously superior to you when it comes to that.
So there is no reason for anyone to be offended in that regard. Would that be correct?
So here's my perspective. Typically,
now before you put your perspective, let me just lay the foundation.
Okay,
We
go ahead.
recognize the slave trade era. That is recognized, and also while recognizing that, we must also understand that the Jews went through Holocaust as well too. However, they don't feel less the way we feel less. Would that be correct? Would that be a fair statement to make?
Yes, that would be a fair. If you just want me to say a yes and no, yes would be the answer. But if I was to explain slightly further, I would say yes, they don't feel inferior because they also now lead in a couple of those things themselves. So what many years ago they probably were not superior in, they have matched up and gone ahead. Similar thing you could say about certain Asian groups like the Japanese and the Chinese and even South Koreans. When it comes to technology, they have become superior almost to the West. If we must be honest, you see what the Chinese are doing. You see what the Japanese did with automobile industry. The several automobile industry, their cars were more efficient, more glamorous, more in tune with change and whatever things you want to attribute to that. So when any group wakes up and does something outstanding, then it becomes superior to the rest of the other group when it comes to that particular matter.
If you look at the topic again, the topic is process of emancipation. That is, it's in some countries, but the part I read is in the US, where a minor applied to be considered to be an adult. So that's the process. There are other things they have to file, paper sign, interview, whatever. So, given to your explanation, what is holding us back? That means the continent of Africa and other Black nations such as Haiti and other ones, from us to come to that point to develop or start this process of emancipation. Remember, Bob Marley, one of his songs said,
yes,
emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our own mind. So we're adults, we are grown up. So when do we start this process of emancipation, and so that we don't feel less superior than those who have developed their society, in quote, the white people who have developed their society, and as such, because of that, we now feel inferior.
Yeah, so before I go ahead, let me just thank AY for real, who has joined us, and acknowledge that we see him. So thanks for coming on board. Now, so electricity, thankfully, both of us are Christians. So I can say what I want to say first from that angle.
Don't go to Christopher. We'll get there later. That's where I'm going. I want to bring Black supremacy, because there is Black supremacy, and we're going to get there.
Yeah,
so
why I was trying to mention that, I was trying to pick something from the scriptures to help buttress my point.
Hold that thought.
Okay.
Hold the thought. Say
okay.
something.
Okay.
Hold
All
that
right.
thought, please.
All right. Okay. So I think what is, for me personally, my own understanding, what is holding us is it's us. You're responsible for yourself. So you and I have engaged together and we've shared space with a lot of other people. And it has become a common cliche to hear people say, the white men gave us, to hear other conspiracy conjectures. That is not to say that sometimes conspiracies are not actually true, but I think we've hung around those things for far too long. I'll give you an example. People will say, oh, that they help us foster the leadership that we have in our nations because they want to use that as a medium for holding us back. And my response is always, so a nation somewhere conspires to say they want to install electricity as president of a country against the wishes of the people of that country. And then the people of that country now enable that to happen by helping rig the election, for instance, or by voting the person who they know clearly is not their wish. Do you understand? Are you getting my argument now? So I'm saying that we owe it to ourselves. You know, when we're growing up, some people will say, oh, you're an olodo, you don't know book or whatever. And at some point, a lot of us began to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to prove people wrong. And you started doing things to prove people wrong. It could be spending more time reading your book so that you can begin to open your mind and have the knowledge that your classmates have. It could be as simple as doing your assignment on time. Do you understand? So that you submit it and get the required grade without necessarily, it could be a myriad of other things. We fail to take responsibility for ourselves. And I'm happy for the word you use. You use the word adulthood in the course of this conversation. So every nation should treat itself like an adult. You're an adult responsible for yourself. Pursue your own interest. Get into foreign policies that benefit your people. Don't sign agreements that are against your development and all those things. And then, of course, when the resources of your nation are budgeted for as a leader, and I mean leader, I'm not just saying president or governor, I'm saying leader. You run a state, you head a state enterprise, you head a ministry. They've budgeted money for you to put the country can only afford six portable boreholes or whatever, I mean, infrastructure. 6 is not good enough, but at least they can afford only 6. Take the money for that 6, make sure you build that 6. So that next year, you add another 6. Next year, you add another 6. And as the more you keep adding, the more you get developed. But when they give you money for 6, you don't even build any, or you build 1 only, and you embezzle the money for the remaining 5. How is that America's problem or the white man's problem? That's you keeping yourself. So I will bring it down to those factors. We not knowing what is best for us. I mean, electricity. Before this program, we went forth and back, tried to agree on time. I gave you time that I felt was convenient. Do you understand? You also looked at it and we agreed. That's what I'm talking about. But imagine if you just gave me a time and I was afraid to speak and I just agreed. And at that time is not convenient. I won't give you my best. Do you understand? I won't come with my A capacity to the program. That's what I'm saying. We need to take responsibility for ourselves, do things that are in our best interest, and then begin to build on each block day by day. Sometimes it's not the quantity, but the consistency that leads you to that development. So I think that's where we're lacking as a people, but especially the black race in particular. And then if you want to narrow it down to Nigeria, it's the bane of our problem. We don't love ourselves enough.
Thank you. This statement is credited to Peter Obi. We have lots of security issues today because we are currently unable to create jobs which other countries have created effortlessly. And these are the people we say they are more superior than us. And so, I mean, because I begin to think, and if they are superior from us, there's a basis for it. One, there's no perfect system, but they make their system work.
Yeah.
And that is why most of us moved over to their system. So why would they not feel superior for us? Yeah, but there is supremacy in the context of Africa, blacks, Nigerians in general. And I will bring out what our supremacy is like. because I don't know, recently there's a video that has been trending about no, let me play this video first. This is how our superiority or towards always play out between one another. So that's why I say you should hold that thought, and we will come there again. Supremacy video. So this is it. I mean, now before I play this video, let me say something. Before I play this video, I want viewers, audience to understand, because after Sunday's broadcast, like I said, I got a comment, private comment, that I'm attacking preachers, so I talk about it. That is incorrect, okay? You see, this issue of we can't point out heresies or distortion of the word of God, when we point it out, and certain people now say, oh, why are you attacking the man? Have said his mind or said it's no. If we see an error or distortion, personally, if I see, I point it out. And because the Bible is one of the best literature book I have ever read. I use the word literature. In my study of it, you'll be surprised that it actually talks about sustainable environment. It talks about extinction. How we avoid this and protect the environment. And I was saying, and I came to that conclusion that those who come against it or who say something about it, some go as far to say Christianity is a white man religion. You know what, Jim? Honestly, that is a religion I will embrace any day, because it gives me electricity.
Of course. Of course.
It gives me electricity.
Same here.
It gives me a degree of freedom. Yeah, like I said, we acknowledge racism without a shadow of doubt, but to a large extent, it gives me it gives me a lot of things. So I'm going to embrace such religion, because it's also in that literature book called Bible that you should care for one another. So they put their people first. So their people don't feel that. So I'm going to play the video now. Then we will now wait. You will now bring your thoughts. Here is the video. You must have seen this video. I'll be surprised if you've not seen it, but I'll forgive you if you've not seen it.
I fear nobody and I fear no criticisms. If you call me your spiritual father, this month's salary is your first fruit of the year. It is for me, not for church. It's for it is for this altar. It is for this oracle. Are you hearing me? It is for this vessel, this one God has prepared. It is for my welfare. If you honor me with the first fruit of your first year, by the middle of this year, if you don't testify, come back, I'll give back to you. I put that there. You will see wonders. Covenant with my spirit.
Now, this is how we practice our supremacy. And it's across board, in politics, in everywhere. So there is black supremacy. Unfortunately, yeah, you're muted.
Sorry, the video didn't play. I didn't see any video.
Oh, you didn't see the video?
That's no, it didn't play. That's why I was trying to talk to you about.
Is it playing now?
I fear nobody and I fear no criticisms.
My end or your end. It's not playing.
If you call me your spiritual father,
I can see it. I can see the video clearly.
This month's salary is your first fruit of the year. It is for me, not for church.
Let me confirm.
It's for it is for this altar.
Hold on. Comfort, you're on the chat section. Can you confirm if you've seen any video playing, please? Okay, okay, I know what to do now. I'm just going to use. I'll use my phone to see. I'll play it again, and I use my phone to check if the video is playing. So let me go to YouTube and see if. Yeah, somebody said the video is playing, so it has to be your hand, Chim. You are not
That's
seeing.
interesting.
Yeah,
It was just
manuscript
the thing
just
was just
confirmed that the
was just
video is
going.
playing.
The thing was just going like this.
So
Is this something? Is this something you can send to me on
okay.
WhatsApp? Let me
Okay,
see if I can.
I will send it to you. Just give me 1 second. I will send it to you now, and then I'll play it again. It's just 1 minute video, so you'll be able to see it while I'm playing it again. I've sent it to you now, so you should have
Okay.
it. And
Yeah.
it's just 1 minute video. So thanks for those of you in the on the comment section for confirming that to me. So I'm gonna play it again.
Are you hearing me? It is for this vessel, this one God has prepared. It is for my welfare. I fear nobody, and you call me your spiritual father. This month's salary is your first fruit of the year. It is for me, not for church. It's for it is for this altar. It is for this oracle. Are you hearing me? It is for this vessel, this one God has prepared. It is for my welfare. If you honor me,
I've watched it now.
The first fruit of your first year.
So this is how we practice our own supremacy. And that's why I said the thumbnail is a little bit, people do not understand it, that there is indeed black supremacy. Unfortunately, we practice this supremacy on ourselves. We don't practice it by developing, by building ourselves and our society. Now, let me yield the floor to you before I say anything, Jim. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, so let's just say, I guess how you should have put it. It's okay. You put it that way, so it created suspense for people. That's fine. But perhaps you should have said black on black supremacy. You understand? Black on black supremacy.
The reason why I put it that way is there is nothing wrong in achieving supremacy in a right way. Okay, there's nothing wrong in achieving supremacy in a right way. Okay, that means by doing the right thing for the people that you serve. So that is why I created that suspense there. I didn't put initially there was description. I had to take it out to play on people's mind as what is he getting at. So the floor is yours, Jim. Thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to read something, but I'll keep that later. I'm sure somehow in the course of this conversation we will come to that. It's something I read recently in the book of Jeremiah that showed leadership. And then back to your point, when people, like you rightly said, that when you call out bad behavior in the sphere of the church and the leadership of the church, so-called ministers of the gospel, people take offense, people start reading all sorts of meanings, and then we hear that the very popular cliche, I'm sure you'll know, which is touch not my anointed, and all those kinds of things start creeping up. But what that tells me is a lot of people are not very well informed. I've always said that abuse, where purpose is not known, abuse becomes inevitable. There is a purpose for everything. But if the purpose is not known, so there is a need. I'd like to take, for instance, when the government takes your tax, there is a purpose for collecting tax from you. So, but we're in a place where the purpose for tax collection is not known, abuse of that process becomes the norm. And that is the thing.
Let me be a devil's advocate here in
Go
respect
ahead,
to
please.
when a purpose of tax is not known. Is it the case
No,
that
I didn't say tax. I said tax now.
tax?
Tax.
I got So are you saying that people do not know, or is it the leaders that do not know the purpose of collecting tax, or the people do not know why they pay tax?
Okay, so in our own societies that we're referring to, both the leadership and the people don't know the purpose. See,
Are you
when I say
100% sure you are making excuses for the leaders?
I'm not making any excuses. I'm not making any excuses. See, in my expression. So okay, there's a difference between being enlightened and being educated. There's a difference.
Yeah.
You are enlightened. Okay. So our leaders are educated on what a tax is supposed to do. The people.
Okay, we have Chim. Chim is frozen, and Chim, if you're hearing me, you're frozen. So your network, I think you are using Akpabio's network in Canada. There, it's okay. It's understandable. Unfortunately, you will not agree for Akpabio. Yeah. So there is black supremacy among us. And this supremacy is practiced within us, where we hold each other down. In respect to the video that I just played, this is for the purpose of correction. Like what Chim was saying, that we don't know the purpose of tax, our leaders. When it comes back, okay, yeah, I can hear you now. You got frozen now, so the floor is yours.
Okay, so I was saying that our people and our leadership might be educated on what the concept of tax is, but they're not enlightened. And this is not an ignorant enlightenment I'm talking about. I'm talking about a willful ignorance. Remember that the person who takes one way, this is a road you're supposed to be going facing, you're not supposed to be on the other opposite side, right? You're told this is one way, you can only be driving on this direction. Nobody is allowed to drive on the opposite direction, and you choose to do it. Now, there's an ignorance in it, but it's not an ignorance of not knowing. I don't know what other word to use. It's a chosen decision that you have made. So when I said our people are ignorant, I'm not excusing them. I'm just saying to you that people choose to do what they want to do. So the leader who knows he's supposed to collect tax, and then they look at how much has been collected, and then budget it across the different needs of society for the benefit of the people, but chooses to rather use it in a criminal way. He knows what he's doing.
So how does that constitute or interpreted as ignorant? I find it that word ignorant.
So, okay, good.
Maybe you should look for another word, because a lot of people, a lot of Nigerians will not agree with you in terms of that word ignorant.
All right. So remember, I've also said in different places where both of us have been that there is a carryover of a mindset. There's a carryover from our traditional society. And when I use that word, I'm not using it in a demeaning way, because every system has a traditional society they come from. The British have a traditional society they come from. The Romans have the traditional, everybody, the Greeks. But systems keep evolving, and that evolution is what we refer to as modernity. You keep changing things, evolving, improving things. Either they keep improving, you throw away some things, you add some new things, you evolve. The phones we use have evolved. Remember, there used to be phones, but hey, so every society evolves. But in our evolution, we have not known the things to drop. Remember that the Jews, aka Israel, had kings. Today, they don't have a king. They run a democracy. Am I right? Remember, the kings used to own everything. But today, the presidents don't own everything. Electricity. Am I right? So, but we have not moved. While we embraced modernity. We embraced democracy. We embraced the shift into newer ways of doing things. We did not shift in our mindset. So our mindset remained the same.
Okay, so which brings us to the topic, process of emancipation. In respect to the video you watched just now, the man
Yeah.
said he is an oracle of God,
Mm-hmm.
and he is the altar, and the what is an oracle and who is an oracle? Because going by your argument now, from where I am sitting, it appears to me you're making excuses for the leaders and the followers. I
No.
said it appears. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it appears to me that excuses being made for them because this in the political sector you just highlighted now. These ones are highly educated. Well, besides the current president, where there is controversy in respect to his certificate, but they're highly educated. They've traveled worldwide, just like you and I. They've met world leaders, and they've been to countries that things function. Also, your analogy of driving on a one-way traffic, one-way road, and I have driven by error on a one-way road before. But immediately I saw people flashing me and I had to turn back. So there is this moment of turning back and going back the direction. So it could be an error at first or ignorant at first, but it cannot be a continuous ignorant. That is why I said that the word ignorance I find it difficult. It does not sit well with me.
Just if I may quickly butt in here, so that we
Right.
don't go too far away. So, and I agree with you 100%. You are wholesale correct. I have driven one way in Calgary, not intentionally. Not intentionally. When I first arrived here and I got my driver's license, I was going, in fact, it was the day I was going for my first job interview. I hadn't driven to that area. The roads are very massive here in North America. I mean, I see they are much more bigger than what I see in Europe. Massive roads. And there's a way at the traffic light, I was supposed to make a left turn. So in making that left turn, as I drove into the section that should be oncoming without knowing it. And immediately, there was no vehicle coming, but immediately someone just triggered me. Hey, hold on. You're doing something wrong. I just luckily no vehicle was coming. I turned back, headed back the way I came, and then crossed and went and did a proper turn because now I understood the road. And somebody who saw me laughed. The person knew that it wasn't intentional. The person laughed. So I spoke to someone later on, and the person said it's happened to many people, that I shouldn't feel anything unusual, that people get confused that because of the way they design it. So I was ignorant, but I changed, like you rightly said. And that's where the context I was using it when I said our people, that's why I said mindset. Remember, when you go to some societies, there's a period of quarantine they do to us. First of all, you cannot drive until you go and do a test. You go and do the
theory test. You do the theory test first.
Beautiful. Then you go and do the practical one, and then you do the test proper and get your license. These are processes. Why do they do those things? They acknowledge the fact that you're coming from a place where your mind has been set in a particular way. So they know this. It's not that they know that you're skillful, they know that you're intelligent, but they also know that there is a cultural issue from where you're coming overlay. So they want to help shift that thing in case that your cultural issue could be a hindrance where you will now create. Now, you look at what I'm going to use here. You will now destroy other people unintentionally. That is what our leaders and our followers in Nigeria and most African countries are doing. The leaders think that the resources of state belong to them. They don't see it as something they should be accountable for. I said here last week when we were having a conversation on the other group, and I said that I've once heard a governor in the north say, no, not heard the governor, it was a radio announcement. And the radio announcement went like this, says, the governor of so and so state in his magnanimity. Now, I'm not trying to prove myself as somebody who is too intelligent than anybody, but I can boastfully say this, that even when I was in Nigeria, I knew a lot of things were wrong. I knew a lot of things were, and a few of us who felt that way, we were like outliers. That's why you see you will feel frustrated, because when your mind is ahead of the environment you live in, you will feel frustrated. You know there's something just, and everybody begins to look at you and say, why is this one complaining? They are settled in it. You are not settled in it. And it becomes a problem. So then the followers on their own side enable those things. They don't ask questions because they too believe that the leader owns it all. The leader can do and undo. The leader cannot be questioned. And because they have that mindset, they struggle asking questions. And when those of them who ask questions, the rest of society says, what did they do this one? Why did they do over Sabi? Why is your own too much? So,
so based on that video, the claim he made, is it because let me say this again, all scriptures I think are First Timothy, if I'm correct, but it's in Timothy, First Timothy 2:15, if I'm correct, that all scriptures are inspired by God. They are good for correction, for doctrine. Based on the claim he made, is it consistent with that literature book called Bible?
So the straightforward answer is actually no, it's not consistent. Because
can you expand further on that? If we're possible, can you give us a reference for the benefit of the viewers who will see it now and see it later? Because what we're trying to do, both in the political atmosphere and in this atmosphere, is to see if we can help kickstart that process of emancipation, which is to change the mindset. And the only way we can change this mindset is if we read and start to practice it. So the floor is, if you don't mind, because we're dealing with facts here and not I don't know what's the grammar.
Yeah, I get your point. Don't worry, I get your point. So number one, people should read 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9. What does it say there? It says, but you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praise of him who has called you out of darkness into his wonderful light. You said you will go with this so-called religion, it gives you electricity. And you see where I quoted now, talks about electricity. But this is not just physical electricity, it's electricity of the mind, electricity of the spirit. It opens your eye to a lot of things. I used to worship in a church back home where the minister once said that he was trying to create an environment where we will produce liberated Nigerians according to the will of God, who, though they live in Nigeria, their atmosphere, the way they operate, they will be operating like people who don't live in Nigeria. And I understood what he meant. He was simply acknowledging the fact that, look, we live in a decayed environment where people, are not enlightened, but he has been called, according to him, to liberate people so that people will see things differently. Then the other thing I wanted to quote, I remember here I quoted now is the New Testament. There's an Old Testament. There are many in the Old Testament, but I'll just mention one I read recently, just as recently as 2 days ago, without even knowing we're going to have this conversation. And that's in the book. I won't read it. Someone asked me to go and read, but I will talk about what it's talking about. This is in Jeremiah chapter 23, from about 25 down. And there is, even if you go to start from chapter 18, you will see it. And this is where Jeremiah was holding the leadership, especially the priesthood, accountable, where God was telling him about when someone comes to tell you, I saw a dream, I had a vision, how to check to be sure that these things are accurate. The problem with us is, like I rightly said earlier, there is a carryover from our African tradition. And this is not to knock our African tradition. For those who say, oh, yeah, he is elevating the so-called white man's culture and tradition and religion, sorry. No. The point is that there is some religious practices that are blind. You know what I mean by blind? It doesn't give you room to question things. From the Old Testament to the New Testament, the word of God in the Christian faith does not pardon or allow you to be blinded. It wants you to ask questions, but ask it respectfully, ask it genuinely from your heart, ask it, without the intention to pull down. Do you understand? As long as you're asking that question from a purpose of seeking knowledge, the Bible is in acceptance of that. And you will see that in different places in the scripture where people have genuinely asked questions, they were not penalized. There was no consequence. It is only when they are asking that question with an ill intention, like Korah and his brothers questioning Moses, that's when you see God says, no, this is what you're doing is wrong. But every other time people ask questions, is open, because the scripture and God wants illumination. He doesn't want anything done in secrecy. That's why he said, let there be light. And there was light. You understand what I'm saying? Everything has to be done openly. I think back to what we have watched. There is what we call voodooism now in Christianity. People are bringing voodooism, witchcraft, open witchcraft. And people are afraid. Remember, the scripture says that where there is liberty, there is no fear. I don't know how we put you. There's a way the scripture puts it that, in the presence of there's liberty. Liberty. Where can you say, come out and say you are an oracle? Even God himself, when he gave the tithing principles, defined what the tithing principles were supposed to solve. Go and read Deuteronomy and Co. and see what he was telling you. There were two types of tithe there. The one that he would give to the priest. And guess what? Electricity. The priests were, because they were not allowed to walk. Remember? So he was like, these people were not allowed to walk. He recognized that they needed to feed. And he was telling their brethren, take care of them. Because now I've called them to do a different assignment that is for your own interest also. We need to take care of them so that they will not steal. Because remember, when somebody doesn't have a source of livelihood, there's a tendency for them to want to go steal. And he didn't want these people to bring disrepute to him. People don't think that the scripture is logical. They think that the scripture, the word of God, is exoteric and just super spiritual. No, God is a God of sense. He's not a God of mysticism. Just everything is mystical. No, he's not. So I think what this guy is using is what the Yoruba people will call Abba sense. He's just trying to, what's the word now? Bulldoze his way, which is what also the Yoruba people call Besele. Remember when I said I keep referencing the fact that kings used to own everything.
Yeah.
The king walks into a place, he places his leg on a lady, that lady becomes his own. He places his leg on anything, that thing becomes his own. We carried that over, electricity, and I'll end here. We carried that over from our traditional system and we didn't modernize it. That is our problem.
I just highlighted comment. Could you please, thanks for that comment. Could you detail what is the African religion you are referencing to there, please? I will appreciate that. Thank you. Now, Jim, do me a favor. Can you open that Bible to 1 Peter chapter 4 for me, please, if you don't mind? I'll give it to you, then you will open it. I want to weigh in on this issue of the oracle. Just to provide, like I said, I became emboldened when I got those challenges last week, and I said, listen, I must be saying,
chapter 4?
Yeah, 4 verse 11, please, if you don't mind, please.
Okay, so you want me to read it?
Please, for the purpose of for the audience, please. Let the record reflect it's 1 Peter chapter 4, but it's recommended you read from verse but you read verse 11, 12, and 13, please.
Okay. If anyone speaks, let him speak as the oracle of God. If anyone ministers, let him do it as with the ability which God supplies, that in all things God may be glorified through Jesus Christ, to whom belong the glory and the dominion forever and ever. Amen. You said 13.
The definition of oracle is divine. One of the definition of oracle is divine utterance, to give divine utterance. So it's claimed that it is an oracle of God. It's consistent with the literature book or script, the Bible. But the content of what is said is not consistent with the scripture. Now, everyone who recognizes that scripture, what happens to be an oracle, because you are giving advice. For example, Jim, telling you that you should not steal is a divine utterance. People say, like I said in that last week broadcast, let me see if I can highlight this thing up again. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to highlight. Yeah, here it is. We must apply the same principle and grammatical rules to the Bible and exercise common sense and reason with it as other books. Now, thou shalt not steal, do not steal. Why did you steal? It's contained in a lot of books, not just so that is a divine utterance I just made now. So anyone can be an oracle of God. You don't have to be a pastor. You don't have to be a prophet. And I will give you scripture. If you go to 2 Samuel 16 for me, Chief, please, and read verse 23 for us, please. This is for the purpose of this is the process of emancipation. Just the same way I talk about the Nigerian Constitution, that we need to read it as well too. For
16 what?
1623, please, if you don't mind.
It's okay, no problem. 1623. All right.
Samuel 1623.
Interestingly, I have it marked, boldly marked in my own Bible. So now the advice of Ahithophel, which he gave in those days, was as if one had inquired at the oracle of God.
Now stop there. Yes. No, go ahead. Finish it.
Or as the oracle of God. So was all the advice of Ahithophel, both with David and with Absalom.
Now, Ahithophel is not a priest. He's not a pastor. He's not a prophet. Ahithophel is an advisor, just the way Tinubu and government appoint advisors to give them advice. David was a king, so he was in charge of the administration governance. So it takes advice from what? From Ahithophel. And there it is recorded that when Ahithophel, the advice Ahithophel gives is like one who have gone to consult from the oracle of what? Of God. And when he takes this position of first fruit, which has been used to I'm trying to be careful, to defraud people, that is where it becomes an issue to me when I saw this video and I said, no, this is not proper. This is I think your background.
No, I'm okay.
Yeah, there's noise. Sorry, I've muted you. So this is the process of emancipation, and this is the Black supremacy. This is how we practice our own supremacy on each other. That is the point I am trying to highlight, where the leaders feel they are more superior, and they put this thought in your mind, and they feel it is you should consider it a privilege that they are serving you, or they are talking to you, or they are doing you a favor, and as such you hold them your life, you hold them everything. Now I wonder if God is such a wicked God that would tell you to bring your first salary. I mean, it's I don't know. Something just came to my mind now, but I yield the floor to you, Jim. I'll say it later on. Thank you.
So, electricity. I don't want us to just keep going around in circle on this particular matter. The thing is, it is so clear. I mean, it's so clear to even an unborn child in this mother's baby that when somebody comes, that the essence of leadership primarily is to serve. Even when, the funny thing is, even for the so-called kings of in the days of the Jews in the Bible, you will see that what was the reason why David was deemed selectable was that God says, look, I have seen this guy and I know he's going to take care of my sheep now meaning my people and all that. And that's the concept of leadership. When Christ came here, we don't see many instances of people giving to him per se. Not that the people didn't give anything to him. You don't see him asking anybody to give him anything. In fact, he even cheated the leaders to say, you people are placing burdens on the people you lead. Because leadership is about caring for this. And he says, a good shepherd lays down his life for for the sheep. You will do everything to defend them, to protect them, to provide for them. Now, does it mean that the shepherd will not be taken care of so that they don't dry up and be? No. But what it simply means is that the shepherd is not so much focused on what he's going to gain, but on so much of taking care of the needs of those people under his care. And in the course of doing that, it will get a reward. Our leaders are so interested in the benefits of what I refer to as the trappings of leadership, the trappings of office, the glories of office, that they're not interested in the people. So, I mean, this last week, we all saw what happened in Plateau State again, the killings that just happened. The killings happened when the president was still in the country. The president, after these killings, boarded an aircraft and flew to France. Let people think about it for a start. The president, whose country is burning, his citizens were killed somewhere, did not stay back, did not make an announcement, did not say, okay, let me go. Okay, let's even say for purpose of security that perhaps the place was too hot for him to go to. But he had planned to travel on a certain day. On that day, after these things had happened, he boarded the aircraft, waved to people, and flew to wherever he wanted to go to. So let us sink in on how the Nigerian leadership takes its people. It is not only different. Remember, Andrew, I always say this. The quality of the leader of the citizenry manifests in the quality of the leadership. It is the citizen of today that becomes the leader of tomorrow. So it is what you already know, what you've been indoctrinated into, that you would manifest. That's why people carry this mind, even in public and private sector. Your manager wants to literally make you sweep the floor he or she works on. If your manager is giving freedom in a holy Nigerian company, they will ask you to go and buy food for them and come and, do you understand what I'm saying? So people have this tendency of wanting to be served. Do you understand? And before you say, Jack, they will point you to the American president that is being protected. They forget that the American president is still liable somehow, does not have all powers. The Supreme Court can take decisions that he doesn't like, and he will respectfully accept it. He can be impeached. His government can be shut down by the legislative arm of government when they have a little face-off. Those hands happen. He can't. So they fail to realize, but the Nigerian leaders, president, governor, they are all powerful. And our pastors are also all powerful. They tell you that they have life. They can pray for your wife to have child, and they can pray that your wife doesn't have a child. They can do and undo. There's a lot of this perception. And that's why you see people are afraid to speak out. So when they see an electricity boldly saying no, they're like, electricity is not afraid of God. See him speaking against a minister of God. And they don't even ask themselves if what electricity is saying, if there's common sense in what he's saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's a carryover. There is it's a whole mindset that needs to be, pulled down.
Okay, so how do we start this? How do we start this pulling down, this process of emancipation? I mean, because it's a process that has to be started, or that has started, and we will get pushback, challenge, and everything. And that is why I have decided to say I'll come every Sunday. The first broadcast is Sunday service broadcast, and we'll be having one this Sunday, which is an interesting one, which is about the submissive wife. What is a submissive wife versus a forward husband? How we go about it. So this process of emancipation, those who know the process in law, is the child wants to be seen or considered as an adult, but he or she has to go through a process, and this process involves documentary proving that they are capable of taking care of themselves. I think there are about 5 or 6 steps. Now, in bringing this to Africa or Black nation, are we not capable? Are we saying we are not capable of taking care of ourselves? And at every point we say, white supremacy is responsible for our backwardness. Is that the case, Jim?
So electricity, it's a continuous process. It doesn't stop in one day. And trust me, even societies that we think have emancipated themselves, they continuously keep working. There's a paper I'm trying to write. I've just been lazy. I've started it. I've been, looking for ideas to enrich it. It has to do with critical thinking. It has to do with culture and education. That's what culture versus education. And I hope that before the end of next month, I will be able to flesh it out very well. And I want to publish it on LinkedIn.
Let me do a little bit of pushback here. You said it's a continuous process. Are you saying that we've started the process? The process of emancipation?
Now, so for me now, it will be wrong of me to fully make a categorical statement to say we have started. Some may say we have, some may say we haven't. It all depends on the prism, the way anybody is looking at issues. I will argue that we have not started. But what I'm trying to say is that it is not as if when we start now, automatically we will accomplish 100%. No, it's a gradual process. One of the big stories on emancipation and enlightenment that I have constantly used is the Singaporean story. The Singaporean story where the Singaporean leader accepted. So number one is that in trying to accomplish this emancipation, we must first of all admit that we have a problem. When people don't admit they have a problem, then they can't even solve the problem. But when you admit, and it's not as if everybody's going to admit, so the leaders, those who want to make that change, are going to say, this is the problem we have. Even if the other group of us don't ask, we have a problem and we have a mindset issue we need to pull down. And they begin to work on it. Electricity, you've gone off.
Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay, so they make an effort, they start working towards it. There will be pushbacks. When the children of Israel left Egypt and went into, there was a lot of pushback in trying to change their mind, in trying to make that. And you saw some of them wanted to go back to Egypt. Some of them were still longing for slave life. There will always be people, and that's why we have accomplices in our country and in our continent who are still accomplices with our bad leaders. They still believe that, oh yes, leave it for the leaders. Let leaders enjoy all the. Leaders don't need to be accountable. Let them do anything. Why another group of people are saying, let's have changes, let's have accountability, and there's this constant talk forth and back. What we have lacked is to have a consistent leadership that is continuously handing over from one, makes an accomplishment, hands over to the next. The other one pushes the bar a little bit, and then continuously. The Singaporeans accomplished it. If you ask me, I don't know how we're going to do that, but they took advantage of an era when democracy was not so much in vogue. The leader became a dictator, which is from him we got the title benevolent dictatorship, because the man wanted the best for his people. So he knew that if he just allowed it to the whims and caprices of full democracy, he might not accomplish it. So he locked down the society. He admitted he locked the society down, had a one-state rule, but was training his people. Remember, part of what Singapore accomplished was that people were being sent on education abroad. They were sending them to Oxfords, the Harvards, the Cambridges of this world, with a bilateral agreement with those leaders to say, those countries say, the moment electricity writes his last thesis, drops his pen, and you say he has succeeded in passing this exam, he's a PhD, he's a master's, he's a BS, put him on the next flight. None must stay back.
Okay, Jim. Nigerians.
So let me just end. Let me just round up where I'm going.
All right.
So I think what we need is that consistent, intentional leadership. It won't be a dictatorship anymore, anyways. That will start living by example. His government will be by example. A friend of mine once said that the day we find a president who will come to that office, and he told me this is as far back as 2000 or thereabout. He said, the day Nigeria has a president that will come to office and will say the powers invested in the president of this country is too much. Let's pull it down a little bit. He says, the day we have that kind of person, Nigeria started to make progress. I haven't forgotten it when he told me this. The person who told me this lives in Maryland, US today. He doesn't live in Nigeria, but we were working together. Okay. So I think that what we haven't accomplished is to have that leader that is living by example. All the leaders we've had in a long time are not living by example. They are saying, do as I say, but they are not doing as they themselves have said.
Thank you. First, let me acknowledge again those on the comment section. Chim, thanks for joining. Ivory, I've read your comment, which is a good comment, but the last part will make me not to highlight it for diplomacy's sake, please. If you please, I will not highlight it because of the last paragraph or the last two or three lines, please. Like I said, it's a good comment. I appreciate you joining, but we must still respect certain things here. I have to apply diplomacy in. So, Chim, Nigerians are well read all over the world.
I say something. Perhaps you want to ask Easy D to explain a bit more. This is last post. I'm trying to understand if he can break it down for us.
I highlighted earlier. Easy D, if you don't mind, could you expatiate or shed more light on this, your comment, please? Ivory, thanks for your comments, but there's something there that doesn't sit well with me, and you know what that is, and so we have to respect one another regardless of it. But thanks for joining. Chin, Nigerians are well read, traveled to read, to study, and also let's recognize that some of them have made names for themselves, good names for themselves. So this your argument of Singapore sending, or Singaporean, or the leader sending. Do you think we need such dictatorial or dictator with a benevolent heart? I mean, if we use that benevolent heart to soften it in Nigeria as it is.
So remember, every comment I make and every so life is all in seasons. You know, there is this Shakespearean this thing that says that I hope I can put accurate. There's a tide in the affairs of men.
Sorry, Chim, let me interject. Ivory, again, thank you. Yes, with all due respect, others can learn from both of us. I agree 100%. But if you can you repost your earlier message at 9:15 and delete the last three lines, that will be highly appreciated, please. If you don't mind, please. I'm appealing to you. Thank you, Chim. The floor is yours.
Yes, I'm trying to quote this thing accurately for us. If you just give me a second, just a second. I'm trying to. Oh, why does it keep giving me?
This question that Rokoya just asked, posted in the comments section. Mm-hmm. He asked, I don't know whether it's a male or female. So, Rokoya, I don't know if you're a male or female. What is the role of the religious elites in the decay of our society in all aspects? Thank you, and we are going to weigh in on this your question. I'm going to highlight it. I'll be off camera for 2 minutes, Chim. You hold the rem while I'll be back to attend to one or two things. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. So Brutus said something about that there is a tide in the affairs of men that when taken, seriously, produces some other things. I'm not very good at quoting that. I think it was Brutus that quoted that. And what he literally was trying to say is that, we've narrowed that to mean strike when the iron is hot. So the kind of leadership that would have allowed us to do the Singaporean kind of thing, the era, rather, let me use the word, the era. We've moved away from that era. When our society was still burdened, we didn't yet have as many enlightened and educated people as we have right now. When we would have formed a national ethos, a national mindset, and all those, we lost that opportunity. And we've had that opportunity many times. We had it when we gained independence newly, when our politicians, rather than unite the country, although I know people always acknowledge the three, four founding fathers, Ahmadu Bello and Co. and all that, and say, oh, they did that. Fine, I won't take away whatever they accomplished. But I also perceptually believe that some of the problems we are facing, the ethnicity we are facing, we might try to hide away from it and call Awolowo this and call Zik that. They also cost it. So we lost that tide. That tide is gone. Then the military now came. And rather than military using their command structure to help us galvanize and produce people who are loyal, corrupt-free people and all those things, they enable the corruption, enable nepotism, enable sectionalism in their own cases. We lost that opportunity. So what we need now, we can't go back to that kind of era. What we really need now is now that the leaders themselves will come to office and say, you know what, I need to lead by example. It is no longer trying to change your people, because a lot of our people are more informed and more enlightened than even the people who are on the power seat. So what we need is someone who's going to come and say, okay, you know what, I want to lead by example. I want to be the president who, in an economy that is buoyed down by inflation, or, we don't have enough resources, cut down the cost of governance, cut down the cost of running my office as president, cut down these things and all that. Lead by example. It doesn't mean that in the glorious days when the economy is booming, you shouldn't now, spend properly, but of course with sense. I'm not saying that because you now have money, then you spend anyhow. No. So right now, we don't have leaders that are exactly leading by example. And we have many things. I don't want to start pointing fingers. It looks as if you're against one government. A typical example is our vice president, in whichever house he lives now, is very comfortable. Why do we need to spend that amount of money we've been hearing on trying to build or renovate another one? That's a bad example. So why do we have to have a president who knows that there is an extant law that says if you're running National Youth Service, if you're currently serving the nation as a youth corper, what we call a youth corper, you can't work elsewhere? So somebody has gone into politics. We know the person is privileged. You know the person is not working for any private sector, but you want them to be in the ministry, to be a minister. Why doesn't the person first of all go and conclude that assignment first? Then come back when you have opportunity, you appoint them and give them a political appointment. Why does the person need to be a serving youth corps member and be a minister of the Federal Republic, even when the law is against it? Do you understand? Why do we have to have separate cows? So those are some of the little mindset. You'll be shocked the kind of progress Nigeria will make. The moment we have a leader that comes and is respectful of the law, not necessarily a perfect being, because we will find no perfect being anywhere. And I'm not advocating for a perfect being. No angel is coming to Nigeria to lead. What we want is someone that says, this is what the law says, respects the law. Somebody who's going to rationally say, oh, our nation can afford this, even though this is in my interest as president, but this is a burden on the state resources. Can we shelve this for now? Someone who will come and say, oh, even though the constitution says I should have 36 ministers or 37, but my budget cannot carry 36. I can only have 19. Let me have 19 now and look for an effective way. Once we start having people who think like this, remember, Paul in the scripture says, even though I'm at liberty to do anything, I will not allow that liberty to now be something that will make me, then I must do anything at all costs. Jesus can turn stone into bread, but he didn't turn stone into bread. Electricity, are you hearing me? He could turn stone into bread.
I'm with you.
He could turn stone into bread, but he didn't. He didn't because it was a selfish request. It wasn't a request that was proper. Do you get what I'm saying? He could rain down fire to consume the people who want blocking him from going through Samaria, but he didn't do it. So we need someone who has restraint, somebody who's able to reflect and think. That is where we haven't had good leaders. And I end here and then we move on. I once read somewhere that when the Americans started their system, the first president being a military man, being George Washington. And then this whole thing now that we hear that you see the president will go to the Congress to go and give what they have, then it wasn't called State of the Union, but it was like he went there to give something like close to what we call State of the Union address. And he went there, he was insulted. He was pissed off and angry that his assistants were asking him, should we deal with the guys? And he told them no. And even though my ego has been bruised coming here, but it's a good thing to check for future. So he looked beyond himself. Remember, generals don't take shit from anybody. Pardon my use of word. Generals don't take disrespect. But he admitted it. I read it somewhere. He said George Washington said, they've insulted me, yes, but it's fine, no problem. This is what we need them to do for future coming president. Imagine if he, at that time, precedents, had said, go and deal with the particular person who, that would have become the norm. It would enable every other succeeding leader to repeat the same thing. That's what is going on in Nigeria. Everybody comes and repeats what the other person has done.
Yeah. Rokoya, thank you for clarifying your gender. You said you're a female. I will come back to your question because I need to highlight easy something. This question that Rokoya asks, it's very important, and we probably will dwell on it for the next hour. It's very important. Just to buttress your point before I highlight Easy D, I remember when David committed the adultery, and one of Saul's servants started stoning him. And David's servant asked David, should he strike this man? And David said, no, don't strike him. You never can tell. That is part of the judgment of God on him by stoning him. Rokoya, I'll come to your question, but I need to say that Easy says supremacy, in his opinion, pertains to those that control the education system, financial system, law, entertainment, elite, Rockefeller. That's who controls the white supremacy.
No,
now,
the world system. I think the WS is the world system. That's what
the world, those who control the world system. You see, this is where what we're trying to say, this process of emancipation. That is, if I'm correct, Easy D, that is what we think, that they are the one controlling our system. As such, we are helpless. We can't do nothing. But I just played a video that shows that indeed we have that ability to control ourselves, because we control we have that ability to rise above that mentality, because we control each other. Now, I don't know if I'm going to play the video again. So I'm going to play the video again, that we have that ability to rise above this mentality. I'm not disputing that external factors don't control things. But what I'm trying to say is that when you recognize external factor control and you really meant well for your people, you can say no. You can say no, particularly in the case of Nigeria, with the amount of natural resources that we have, with the level of educated human beings or people that we have, with our braggadocious lifestyle that we are not pushover. It is very. I work in a place before. I won't mention the place. Among all African countries that work there, Nigerians are the most feared people there. Nigerians are the most respected, outspoken, feared people there. So, when we start to go with this mentality, because we budget, for crying out loud, we budget money for education, for all these things. Did they come to steal the money from us? We hear that it is that we steal this money. So how are they controlling that? So are you saying if I put Chim as a minister of education in Nigeria now, and he embezzled it, and then I'm not going to blame the white supremacy, the white man that is responsible? When are we going to take responsibility and start this process of emancipation and this mindset that we are responsible to change our system, and stop blaming people or blaming them? Because if we blame them or we continue to blame them, then the thing is, we don't have to come here then. We don't have to come here. If we say that.
So Electricity, let me help you.
Right.
For those who have heard me give this, call it a testimony or something, please don't be offended that I keep referencing it. I have referenced it frequently on this platform generally. I was in a place It was a church. And the common denomination was every time the minister's name was announced to come on the podium to preach, everybody would stand. There will be a hysteria. There will be clapping. There will be rejoicing. There was this. And it went on for years and years and years. I was part of it. And then one Sunday, I just had this inner conviction not to do that. And I sat down. I'm not joking. I sat down for like 2 Sundays. And my spouse sitting next to me asked me, why are you doing this? And I said, something is not right. That my spirit is telling me that something is not right. And that this is turning to idolatry. And then, I'm not making this story up, trust me. The 3rd Sunday, this minister, I did not discuss this with anybody. The only person who heard me, because she asked me, was my spouse sitting next to me. The 3rd Sunday, this minister came up and addressed that matter and begged the congregation to stop standing up for him every time he was coming to preach. See, that thing became indelible in my mind for a long time. That's why every time I keep saying it, he said it, he begged. And you see what? He now went a step further. After the Sunday, he explained, he took time to explain why it was wrong. Which means he too has started getting a revelation that this was wrong. He took time to explain to supposed enlightened people in the congregation why it was wrong. The Sunday after he did this, people still repeated the same thing. So he now had to come with a strategy, which I believe they still adopt because the church still exists and is waxing strong where they are. He said, when it is after they have done all the other parts of the service and it's time for ministration, if he's the one, because sometimes he's not the one to preach, he will be in the congregation, someone else will come and preach. But if it is him, or if you want to invite a person to preach, somebody else will come on and then ask for people to bow down and pray. It's time to hear the word of God or whatever. While people are bowed down praying, he will sneak in and come to the podium. And that's how they eliminated that particular procedure. Now, how does that relate to this mindset thing we're talking about? That's a man who understands what his job is, and that the fact that he's not necessarily better than everybody. It's the privilege that he's the one on the rostrum having to dish this food out to other people. It could have been the other way around. He would be on the other side. And he was sensitive enough to realize when something was becoming abnormal. Sometimes the followers are the problem. A lot of times, actually, the followership are the problem. They enable.
I think if I weigh in on that, I think it is the followers' problem, not the leaders' problem. And I apology for interjecting there. Why I said the followers are the problem is this, not the leaders. I always take my viewpoint from that wonderful literature book, because when Christ was talking to his disciples in Matthew chapter 24, verse 4, he said, take heed that no man deceive you. So it wasn't addressing the leaders. He said there will come false leadership, but you, the follower, your responsibility is to take heed that you don't get deceived. So there is already an established argument that leaders will deceive, corrupt ones, or will become corrupt, or will stray away and start to deceive. Jagun will recognize you, I'm coming, and start to deceive. So in my own book, I beg your pardon, the people, the followers, the citizens, as Nigerians, as I often says, is the greatest problem, because we've seen in developed world, developed country, when the citizens don't like things again, they start to address it. They start to attack their legislators, which I have always argued that our legislators are the greatest threat to our democracy. So, Jagun, welcome. Let's go to this question that Rokoya posted. She clarified that she's a female, not a male. So thanks for that clarification. She asked the question, what is the role of the religious elites in the decay of our society in all aspects? I love that last part.
Okay, I'll try and weigh in quickly so that I want to hear. I would like to let Jago also weigh in. So here's my view, and I'll try and make it as short as simple. You know the scripture where we have what we refer to as the lesser prophets in the Bible, the Joel, Hosea, Chloe, and co. All those people. I want Nigerians to go and read it. People need to go read those scriptures and see the role those men played in keeping leadership accountable in old Israel. People don't, you see, that's what our people, sometimes people think that what they see today in terms of so-called their papas and mamas, that's the standard. That's not the standard. That's not the standard when I read my Bible. The standard is that the leadership holds political leadership accountable, religious leaders. They speak up. You quoted when David sinned. Who came to hold him accountable initially? A Nathan, that's a spiritual leader. When the King Saul was erring, who was the person who came to hold him? Was it not Samuel that came and quoted for him what's that scripture, that popular scripture? To obey is better than sacrifice. Who quoted it? It was a Samuel, a religious leader. Do you understand? When Jeroboam, who broke away, started worshiping idols, who did God send to go and correct him? It was a religious leader. I can go on and on. When Ahab was going for battle and carried Jehoshaphat along, and Jehoshaphat said, no, we need to get an alternative, because all the ones there were singing his praise, go and fight. Who came and quoted or prophesied the correct thing that happened? Was it not a religious leader? Or the religious leader that God sent to go and perform an act and told him not to sleep in anybody's house, and he disobeyed and a lion ate him? The problem is my people perish for lack of knowledge. People don't read this book. They wait for someone to climb the pulpit and read and interpret for them. That's the problem. And that's where Christianity has a bad name. If people read this, they will realize that I'm not talking about politicians who come to play, religious leaders who come to play politics. Those who will tell you God has asked them to go and run for office. No. There are people, stay in your office. You have a role. If as a citizen, God has called me to be an activist like Ghani, I shouldn't be seeking to be president. I'm a conscience of the society. Those people have their role. In society, the society is designed according to roles. There are people who will emerge as leaders. There are people who will hold them accountable as civil society. There are people who will also hold them accountable from the religious angle. God has ordained, giving them courage, especially when they do not go and soil themselves. Why we are not having this kind of people Rokoya is talking about is because a lot of these people are in bed with these politicians. They go there to collect contracts. They are importing things for their churches and they give them concessions. So when you have taken concession, when you have done all those things, you can't speak up because you lose your voice. And when you want to speak boldly, they will remind you of the favors they've given you. Even when you have not stolen, they will send a report out leak something to the press that will make it look like you did anything wrong. And so when you start taking gifts, remember, and I'll end here so that Jago can come in. When Naaman, the leper, needed help, he came to Israel to seek help. He was a political leader. He went to a political leader who couldn't help him. And then the spiritual leader heard it and said, come to me. And asked him, go deep 7 times. You all know the story. After he dipped, what did he do? He gave a gift.
He offered him a gift.
And what did the man say? No,
he refused,
turn down the gift. Eventually, to cut the long story short, when his servant went behind to take it, did you hear what he told the servant? It's not so much about the sickness that he told the man, is this the time to be collecting gifts? Take note, is this the time? Which means he didn't reject the gift because he didn't want the gift. It was just not the time. In other words, he needed to prove to this guy that, listen, this is not everything you have to pay for. There is salvation that is free for you. And that was because the guy was a proud man who felt his wealth and his command could earn him everything. And this man was trying to prove to him that no, it's not everything you can pay for. There are certain things you cannot pay for. If Jago connects me to one guy who helps my career, can I pay for that? It's not. What he has done is he's leveraged his connection and giving it to me free. So the point I'm trying to make is this: when people stop mixing things, when people stand on moral grounds, if you don't have a moral high point, trust me, forget, I'm not talking about pride. I'm saying genuine moral high point to speak, you lose your voice. And a lot of the people that Rukia is talking about us having, they've lost their voice because they've meddled. They've taken, we saw, I don't want to mention anybody, we saw what happened in the Edu story and how it has started going. Because what people are saying is that woman would have paid tithe somewhere. You know, I mean, why do you give your ground to everybody to come and you lay your hand on anybody? You can't. Even the scripture says, don't be in a hurry to lay your hand on anybody. We don't see all these things. So I think we don't lack for these people, but a lot of them have meddled. And when you meddle, you lose whatever capacity you have to be able to call government to order.
Thank you for that. Welcome, Jaguan and Ovie. We are weighing in on the question that is highlighted on the screen there. What is the role of the religious elite in the decay of our society in all aspects? Rukaya, I believe she's referencing to Nigeria, but even if she's not, we are Nigerians, so we will be looking at Nigeria. So, Jagun, the floor is yours. You are muted. You have to unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, gentlemen. Wonderful presentation you guys are doing here. I've come in a bit late, so I'm grappling actually with the subject matter. What Chim has just iterated is deep. It's deep, and I don't know if I've got the breathing apparatus to deal with some of these levels.
All right. Okay. Do we come back to you when we finish this topic so that Ovie can? I don't know if
no, it's not that you come back to me necessarily. I mean, I would just want to say, as you cleared up yourself, electricity. We're kind of referring to Nigeria, but I think the subject matter or what the title is about supremacy,
process of emancipation.
And the process of emancipation. Now, emancipation, I think, is a very good word where we are concerned as a people. And generally, you know, without going too biblically, largely because I don't necessarily have the references needed. But generally, the reason why I say emancipation is the word where we are concerned. And as I have to agree with Jim that we are the ones doing this to ourselves. After we've blamed everyone in the world, we have to come back and look in the mirror. Continually, we have to look in the mirror. What I see generally is that there's a deep sense of exonerating self from responsibility. And with that, nothing's going to come out of it. Nothing is going to come out of it. When we're talking about emancipating ourselves, are we speaking about Nigeria or the whole entire African world, as it were?
We're talking about the continent of Africa,
cascading.
mostly countries controlled by populated by blacks. Because I remember the topic, the thumbnail is black supremacy. We started with white supremacy, blah, blah, blah. But they have a reason to feel more superior than us, Dago. You are in the United Kingdom and you are sitting in the comfort of your home and probably using your phone. I don't think in the last 10 years you've experienced blackout types of electricity, except there is a bad weather, a wind like the last wind storm Isha, whatever they call it. But beside that, even if you are struggling paying your electricity bill, they still come to a certain, they negotiate with you to say how, okay, we are going to take you off constant electricity and we are going to put you on pay as you go. And so that is what, so in that sense, they're bound to feel superior than us. And we shouldn't take it badly, because we also practice this black supremacy. But what we do is we practice it on ourselves by pulling ourselves down, not uplifting our society. I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. You've reorientated me very well. I now remember what it is that I have to say. When we speak about superiority and the Western style of superiority, I feel strongly that without context, historical context, we have no point of view. One has to understand how the world has come to where it is today. I do a lot of research in history. And when we look at the first European civilizations, we're talking about the Minoans and such like, the early people in Greece and Rome. This is before the Romans per se and before the Greeks per se. These individuals were of African stock. Then we go forward and learn about what the Greeks have said about their own history and their own civilization. And they put it squarely in the hands of the Egyptians, who were African, as they have underlined. They who were there as the Greeks. And when we're reading historical text, we can't be there physically. We can only really take the reports of those who were there and what they wrote, and not with what is now subjected upon us in terms of how the West today reads their history in this awfully funny way. With that, then you have to obviously go where Chim and yourself have kind of gone into the spiritual aspects of life and what that gives us and what that tells us. And it tells us that basically we are not the owners of our own lives. And within that sentence alone, there needs to be a great deal of humility. It is unfortunate that we come to the time when man's pride is so high, he may as well be smoking it. The pride of man is beyond. And within that pride, there are so many ways that you can be taken down, because you already put yourself so high. To make you trip up is quite an easy thing to achieve. So when we now bring it around to emancipation and our own people and our own continent, I feel strongly that we have, again, as leaders or as caretakers or as those who have a duty to call those in power to their responsibility. We're not doing it sufficiently well. We're just playing the game of the piper. Now, with that, again, it's a losing game. We have to bring ourselves as individuals to a point of unity. Now, when we unify, this is something I've learned spiritually of late. When we unify physically, when we unify amongst ourselves, when we unify under a political context, we are unifying wrongly. If we look at Nimrod and we understand how he unified under his power and brought his people together in order to attack the heavens, which is to say that we know the laws that you've put down, but we as men aren't going to do that, not under my watch. That sense of pride is so deep, it's in all of us. Now, the unity that God is looking at is the unity, depending if you're Christian or this, but it's the unity in him, whereby every man is attaching themselves to the Father.
Jago, let me
That is unity.
Hold on 1 second, Jago. Let me interject. Okay.
Please do.
We are looking at look at I'm trying to put it this way. Okay. So the white supremacy, that idea of we are more superior than you because they've done a lot of things which we've highlighted here. This your illustration that we have to look up to him, which we do, but yet does not reflect in our society up to date. How do you balance that?
Well, that's because we don't. You know, there's a big difference between religion, to me, and if we look at the life of Christ, you know, I don't want to speak necessarily from a Christian point of view. You know,
let me highlight something. Hold on, Ovie, please, I beg your indulgence.
There's only 4 of us. We have time now.
Huh?
We have time. There's 4 of us. We have time to explain our thoughts.
We don't want to overflog it, and we have
no.
so that we don't lose the audience attention. Look at this. This says here now that we must apply the same principle and grammatical rules to the Bible and exercise common sense. You take that word common sense and reason with it as what? As other books. Earlier I said, in my reading of the Bible speaks about what do you call this environment? This sustainable environment. It encouraged sustainable environment. The literature book called the Bible encourages sustainable environment. Also encourages for us extinction, how we protect these animals from getting extinct. It's there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of the best literature book that I have read so far that encourages such. So, but if we dismiss it or we over spiritualize it, which we do in Africa, but in Nigeria, most especially, I stand to be corrected. And that is why we are where we are today. Because what the people actually want, citizens want, is what you and I are experiencing over here. Before I come to you, let me give Ovie 5 minutes, 2 minutes to say a minute to say hello to the audience before I fall asleep. Ovie, are you there?
Yeah, Shego, yeah, as if if I live in my car now, I'm always on the road. Yes, I live in my car. I'm always on the road. Abi?
Just okay. We're into this question briefly, if you can. Then we will come. Where is the question again? I keep losing. This is a very good question, and I think Ovie, you've been always talking about the elites. Okay, here is this lady is referencing the religious elites in this. What is the role of the religious elite in the decay of our society? And you will agree with her that our society is something else today. It's something else today. And we're now process of emancipation. The floor is yours, Ovie.
I greet everybody in the house. Robert Nesta Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. And I think it's our time. We, Nigeria, need to emancipate ourselves from Bible and Quran. It's our time those 2 books end up in the dustbin, take away from the shelf. And what need to proceed is you have to teach people that they are a member of a nation. That is a tax that all of us, I'm saying all of us because we know our government, Why do I say we need to emancipate ourselves away from Bible and Quran is today, every Nigerian, you go say, me, I'm from Zion. Now heaven is the goal. So to answer your question about the regional elite, they are doing extremely well among all the leaders, the elite sectors in Nigeria. They are the ones that are doing extremely well.
What do you mean by that? Could you expatiate on that,
Please
please?
qualify this. You are extremely well. Did you say?
Yeah, that's why I said you expatiate more on it, please.
Okay. So far, they are the only one that are building infrastructures in Nigeria that are up to date. We might not agree with those infrastructure because we don't believe in believe in all those their religion.
When you say infrastructure, could you please clarify what infrastructures you are referring
Nigeria can boast of about 5 auditorium that will seat over 100,000 people comfortably.
Okay.
I don't think any nation in the world can boast of that.
Okay, well, infrastructure, what does it do?
That is their infrastructure. You are talking about the religious elite. That's what their life is about. That's what they believe in. The doctors should do the same. The engineers should do the same. The royal father should start opening their palace as a tourism to start bringing in money to the rest of the. They should do the same. It's a competition. Where you are in London, it is a competition. Those who build London School of Economics are intellectuals.
I think I lost you there. I'm not sure.
That's exactly what. That's why I said we might not agree with what they are building, but that is what their institution is all about. That is what their lifestyle is about.
Okay, how does this institution that they build or this infrastructure build elevate people from poverty, please?
That's to you that's what you don't agree with because you don't believe in their.
No. It's not about belief.
Hold on. It is serving their members who are Nigerians. Doesn't have to serve you. The institution they are building, the schools, the universities, the hospitals, the big auditoriums, is serving Nigerians. It might be minute, but they are Nigerians. You don't belong. If you belong to that institution, you will enjoy those facilities. That's where they generate their money from. That's where their ministry stays.
Obvious. Sorry for interjecting you again. Okay. If you follow, yes, they build university and they build a secondary school, which is difficult for even their own members to afford to go.
Sorry, hold on. Let me make my point so that you ask me a question.
Okay,
the religious elite, what are they doing? I'm telling you what they are doing. They are serving a section of Nigerians. That's their job. They cannot serve everybody. Right? And that now shifts the attention to the farmers' elite. What are they building? The doctors, all the professors, the web, the likes of Wale Sheka, what are they building for their own niche? What are they building? You asked me a very specific question about the religious elite. What are they doing? Their contribution. I just mentioned their contribution to you. Ota is a city. That should be a forest, a bush. It's a city. They have banks. They have all the infrastructure there. That is winners' contribution to that part of the nation. You have to give it to them. You don't have to agree with it, but that is what they believe in. They are serving the Nigerians who believe in that. So don't generalize all of them. You said the religious elite. Those infrastructure, we might not agree with them, as I said, because that is not our denomination, right? India is celebrating 75 years as we speak. Do you know what they start with? Buddhist temple as a national monument. Billions of dollars you're sinking to it. That's what they believe in. So it is not left for you. You now say, okay, if the religious people are putting their money where their mouth is, Where are our engineers? Where are our business elites? The entertainment elites, what are they building? For their own people. Our ex-actors, they every day they come on TV, they beg for money for operation. Their elites within that, what have they built? I don't think Oyedepo will come out one day and be begging that, oh, I need money to do operation. No, they have hospital that will care for him. As I said, we must say, oh, they are too expensive, not available to all Nigerians, but the people who are enjoying it are Nigerians. I live in America. Not all the infrastructure that is available to every poor people. If you go Vegas, you know if you afford them. I went to California 3 weeks ago. Nobody tell me I run. Why? Because I couldn't afford it. It's too expensive. So you ask a very specific question. The religious elite, what are they doing? My brother, as far as Nigeria is concerned, they are the top of the pyramid. They are the one that are actually living up to their name. When it comes to a segmentation of the elite, they are the one they are putting their money where their mouth is.
Now, you said the Bible and the Quran should be thrown into the dustbin.
Now that's it.
Now you are saying that they are the one living up to expectation of building the infrastructures, which is the book, which is the same book that you say.
That was a specific question. Now, coming to the issue that you talk about, the emancipation of your people, then now we now debate if what they are doing is good to the
Okay, yes. 1 second. You just highlighted about the infrastructures. They are the one doing things in the society, building infrastructures. And what they use to build the infrastructures is the same Bible and Quran that you said they should be thrown into the dustbin. That appears contradictory, if you don't mind.
So please, just listen, not to argue. Just listen to me, okay? I know what I said.
It's a question I asked.
Good. You ask. Just make I talk now. There are two questions before me. One is very specific to the religious elite. Then the other one is the emancipation of Nigerians, which is now general. Now, while I was trying to justify what I mean by the religious elite, instantly you have an objection, right? Which goes to the direction of, oh, what they are building, ordinary Nigeria cannot afford this, which is a legit argument and it's a legit point that you have, right? And that is where we now bring it to the national debate. These people, the good that they are doing for their people, how does it affect the generality of the nation? Is it positive or negative? And as far as I'm concerned, we can do without them. Or we can rechannel those institutions. Because it's all about orientation here. And I make one point, why I said we should emancipate ourselves from there. I said that by following it with what I spoke, by saying every Nigerian who belongs to this denomination have their mindset not in Nigeria, but above heaven. So consciously, they are working towards heaven, but not towards Nigeria. That's why if I commit crime today, may God go do it. May God forgive him. God go do him. That is the effect of that. So that's where I now agree with you that whatever you say they are doing, how does it affect the totality of Nigeria? That's a very debatable point that you are bringing up. So it's a two general. I'm not convincing myself. I know what I'm saying. It's because you were specific about the religious elite, and I have to give them credit for where credit is due. I see them as a businessman anyway. So that's why that was very special. But in generality, our psychic is fucked up. We all want to go to heaven. I don't work out for this world. Now only us they think like that. Only us they think like that.
At the moment, everybody's jackpying, not just everyone. Not everybody's jackpying.
Okay.
It's not everyone. It's jackpying. Paul, welcome to the platform.
So now only us.
Sorry, before you go to Paul,
understand that these two books, were brought to us for a reason, because when they conquer our leaders, then the royals and those that govern the society, when they conquer, they finish with hard weapon. The next thing was, okay, what story do we sell to the people? And that is where the Bible and the Quran come from. The guy who first bring this teaching won't give us what's the name? The Yoruba guy that actually brought the Bible first to Nigeria was trained in Rhode Island.
Ajayi Crowder.
Ajayi Crowder.
Rhode Island. Now the blueprint of Rhode Island. Nine they take on emancipate all of us. And where they send they go, because they said it will take some of us that they train for them to be able to carry that work. Where the school they train them they Sierra Leone. So that's what they say the plan. What we are the attitude we are displaying now, nobody say we know, no, it's well orchestrated. So until we begin to, because if the people where they actually counter me with this or that argument is that, oh, we they suffer before. No, maybe we not they suffer, but just what they call Benin Kingdom. It was a well-civilized kingdom. There was no Bible or Quran.
Can I say something quickly, and then before Paul weighs in?
Go ahead.
Before you say something, if I may, electricity, I don't quite understand. You took the mic away from me when I hadn't finished my own submission.
I'm sorry, Jaguar.
That's terrible. And then you could put.
I agree with you. I agree, because when he first said, I said, "Come, make I greet." I greet as I don't say. I greeted and I kept quiet.
I apologize.
It's not the best, because my thought process has been messed with.
All right,
it's not fair.
Are you okay? Are you back now? I can yield the floor to you and keep quiet.
Okay.
No, okay. You see, when you spoke, to be honest, when both of you were speaking, what I enjoyed was your almost not monologue necessarily, your conversation. And you were able to expatiate on what you were saying. So with the three of us, and then when Ovia came in, I thought you would allow me to expatiate a bit. And when I got into it, you took it away from me.
I apologize for that. My sincere apology. Ovia went on because there are a lot of questions I want to put to him. Inspired, but Ovia, Paul, welcome. Chim Jago. Chim said he wants to say something. Jagun, do you want him to say something, or you want to go?
I have to yield for Chimo. Maybe he will give me something to chew on.
Jago, AY for it says you should not grieve for anybody. You have Anyway, so what I was trying to bring out is this. Okay, so I've heard what Ovie said, and sometimes the prism or the way we look at things is usually colored by where we're coming from. So some might say that religion or Christianity or whichever context you want to bring it down to has not served us very well. There may be some people who will say that. I want to give you this life. I want to be vulnerable. Let me just use that word. So I go to a church here, and this Christmas, there's a fellowship angle of that church I go to where we go do Bible study. Predominantly white people. I'm probably the only, not probably, I'm one of the black people in the church. We're not many. But this Christmas, I was in my house. On this particular Sunday, I didn't go to church. And then my phone rang, and it was one of the people who said, "Hey, hi, we didn't see you in church today, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Oh, we have a hamper for you from the church." And they brought the hamper to my house. Are we listening? Mm-hmm. So the point I want to make is this, because I always hear people talk about how Christianity has robbed our people. There might be a sense in it. There might be a sense when you look at a couple of things that a few notable ministers do back home. And then you might want to say that. But given what I just explained to you, and I live in a prosperous society. I live in a society where my church doesn't need to do anything for me. If I have a need, I go to the government and they solve it. But my church decided to say, this brother, we need to give him a hamper because of one or two things we know about him in this season. And not that I complain to anybody, but somebody just said, give this guy a hamper. He needs a hamper. And they brought me a wealthy hamper, not little things, rich hamper. The point I want to make is this. Is it fair to, because of how people, it's like taking democracy too. So there's Christianity or religion on one end, there's democracy and politics. And you've seen how democracy and politics have served other societies, giving them good roads, giving their children education, giving them all sorts of things. But when the same democracy has been applied in our society, it's enriching our already comfortable elites. So my question, if you understand what I'm saying, is it fair to blame those institutions or structures as against the people? Remember, where we started with was the people involved in religion, involved in Christianity. And then Rukia now mentioned the role of the elites. Is it the religion or is it the interpretation and what those leaders are doing with it? That's what I wanted to bring out. And I yield to Jago.
Thank you very much, Jim. I think that's an excellent place to offer me the floor, because not wanting to change my thought process, but what Ovie was saying, whilst I understood it, it was complicated, and this subject is complicated. It was complicated largely because where he was coming from historically, it's all wrong. It's just wrong. Ajayi Crowther was not the person who brought Christianity to Nigeria, and therefore Christianity as a religion is not from the white man. Unfortunately, that's how we understand it in West Africa, but still, it's just not historically correct. It's something that gives us a paradigm, a way of thinking that is just false. And when you look at Nigeria, it's just built on falsehoods. The amount of falsehoods that people engage with is far, far too much. And fortunately, I really see myself as rather fortunate, just in terms of my own upbringing and my world viewpoint, because sometimes I'm perplexed with the fact that people don't know. It's not that they don't understand; they don't know, so they're just talk, and this thing is irritating at times. And when you get to this level, you find out that people can't give you what you need or want because they're just talking, and they're talking from an aspect that is so far flung. It means nothing. It's just waves in the air. I think accuracy and deep understanding, and understanding that we are just human beings. We bleed, we cry, we die, we shit, we eat. We're just human beings. And once we understand that we're just human beings, then we have to understand how forgiveness works in all these things. Now, that's just to say that the complex society that we live in can indeed be fixed. But we have to have a real, as Black people, as Africans, as Nigerians particularly, we have to have a real understanding that nobody is above us. Sometimes Black people, we speak bravely, but a lot of Black people, I'll tell you for nothing, they're frightened of white people, generally just frightened. What I mean by frightened is not, oh, there's a white man. No, I mean frightened in the term of the level of esteem and respect that we give the Western European societies, whereas there are better and stronger societies around the world. You see, when it comes to success, we all as human beings think of money, and that's our biggest problem. The deepest success a man can have is how he relates to another man. And until we get that square in our head, we haven't got a clue. I'll just leave it there for the floor to begin. Hello.
Thank you very much for that. That success is how we relate, or in other words, how we uplift one another. And I said this earlier. I actually was talking to my daughter earlier today about this subject and comparing the society we are in right now, where they do everything within their power to provide or help their citizens in terms of job, health, and everything. And I played a video earlier of what black supremacy is. So for those just joining us, I'm going to play the video again. That there is what we call black supremacy, just as we have white supremacy, but we practice our own in the opposite direction. Now, I use this video, but it's across board, which in politics and everything we can think of. So I'm going to play the video again. Then I will go to Paul, and Paul will speak afterwards. Thank you.
I fear no.
Please let me know if you see the video, because Chim was not saying it earlier. It plays now. Okay.
If you call me your spiritual father, this month's salary is your first fruit of the year. It is for me, not for church. It's for the it is for this altar. It is for this oracle. Are you hearing me? It is for this vessel, this one God has prepared. It is for my welfare. If you honor me with the first fruit of your first year, at the middle of this year, if you don't testify, come back, I'll give back to you. I put that there. You will see wonders. Covenant with my spirit.
So, you've seen the video. Where is it again? So let me remove it from the screen. Now, I did say days. I highlighted days. It's one of the problems we're having. And that is why we over spiritual things and we don't ask questions. It says we must apply the same principle. Remember, the man is talking about the Bible. We must apply the same principle and grammatical rules to the Bible and exercise common sense and reason with it as what other books. What is the common sense there? Organ of sense as the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, palate, fingers, and the nervous system in general. And you find this in Hebrews chapter 5, verse 14. Paul, I yield the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know what to say with this.
That is black supremacy we are seeing there.
Yeah, some of this religious charlatan. I saw one in River State, Port Harcourt, Ibiyomi, when he talked about if you work for church and they pay you money, you will never succeed. You will die poor. You understand? It's just funny. You are telling the man who played drum instrument in church, the guy who cleaned the toilet, who do all those things, because this church is so big. It's a very big, large infrastructure, like Ovio will tell you. Then the people who do those work to keep this infrastructure going, if they earn salary, if they earn income from that place, they will forever be poor. But guess what? He himself is earning income there. It's okay for him to earn income, but it's not okay for any other nobody, because nobody will join me, because I myself, being the supreme mercy, the supreme leader, is the only person who is entitled, because it is only me that have the calling. The rest of you are just mere observers. That's how I see it. You understand? When somebody threatens that you must give me your first salary, when I look at every one of us face here, I know none of us is a kid. Let's tell ourselves very well. Some 30 years ago, when we were going to church, did we hear this thing first fruit? Let's tell ourselves the truth. Let's just even start from there. Is it that they just rewrite the Bible like the way we used to have 1963 Constitution, 1967, 1979,
it's the same
1999?
It's the same.
So how come we didn't hear this thing when we were going to church when we were living?
That is why I kind of wonder why people criticize it or say the Bible
overnight. This thing, just, electricity. Let me say this funny thing. When we were growing up, it's the same English. Remember growing up many years ago, not like people like Jagu. We used to call something latrine.
Yeah,
Somewhere along
Latin.
the line, they call it
Latin.
toilets. Now they call it restroom. They call it the gent. So it looked like this is how religion is changing now. You understand? From latrine to
From
toilet,
Latin to soccer away.
it's upgrading. It's
Shalanga.
just, I am telling you, because the people just, one thing you will never lose that I get to understand is called faith. It's called hope. You can never lose it. If you lost hope, immediately you will replace it with false hope. You understand? You don't just lose completely. You understand? Probably maybe in some climb, maybe like in the West here, when people lost hope, they end it. In our own part of the world, it's hard for us to end it. Then we'll jump. That's why when you see people lost job overnight, they become church boy. From church boy, before you know, some will get calling. Before you know, some will just languish there. You know, so these are the things. So immediately, once they lost hope, they replace it immediately with false hope. They replace it immediately with that that thing called faith, that has no work. And faith without work is dead. You understand? I know people can read all these parts of the Bible, but let's look about James 2:18. He said, if a man says he has faith, show me your faith by your work. You understand? But I just see, because people lost hope, so these guys just take advantage of them, take advantage of their vulnerability, and everything. I'm trying to help my little niece down here while I'm struggling to try to coach her and everything. But guess what? I am the one that suggested. I am the one that is paying the money. I am the one that is doing everything. But guess what? The part that she's playing, she's just busy taking her own little resources to go give to somebody else, be praying, and everything. The time that she will use to do all the research, you understand how to go for an interview. No, she just believes God will do it. Then I ask, why do you want to let God use me, devil, to do it for you? Why did God use your pastor to do it, your church member to do it? That it is me, devil, that started the process. Well, the Bible said it about Libya. So you see the type of people that we are. I see so many people who come to church here in America. Church will help them, give them mattress, help them for them to get their feet together. You know the level when some come with the wrong visa. But do you know these people started getting money? They'll say, this church no get fire. They are still paying heavily tight in their Nigerian church. And they will tell you that it is that church that prayed for me that make me find myself in America. The question that I'm asking, then I'll ask them, how many members do you have in that church? If nearly all your church members are begging you money right now, you are in America. Right now, you are in the UK. Why didn't the church people also pray for more members to come? You understand? Your hard work, you don't even value it. What you achieve, you don't even value it. You suffer, you go to school. Guess what? You graduate from secondary school. You went to university. Guess what? You graduate from university. You are working. You understand? You've put in all the hard work. You are working. You achieve all these things. Then you just stand up. You say, one pastor pray for you. You went for interview. You get the job. Can you go apply for a job as a banker with no qualification? Then let that pastor just put hand on your head like a better edu. You understand? Where all the parts that you've put in for you to get to this level, they don't mean anything to you until somebody just put their hand on your forehead, until somebody just put some anointed oil, like they call it, on your head. That is when you can achieve. What about all those times that you went to school? Did your common sense tell you that going to school is also considered like you learn work? Like the man who went to learn tailoring, carpenter, and welder, and you graduate from primary, secondary school to university? Is that not hard work? Did you put your own work? But you just stand up, you give all your glory to somebody who put his hand on your head. You understand? That is the definition of your today's topic, supremacy. It's like me, that young boy who is raising fowl, like we'll call it those days. You understand? I only buy one fowl, then my fowl start laying eggs, start hatching. Every one of them is my own. That is another definition of supremacy. So the pastors just take every one of us. You understand? So no matter how many wives I have, no matter how many kids I have, no matter anything that I accomplish, I will go give it back to him. It's so barbaric. You understand? Common sense is just not so common. Yeah, I can't get it. Then let me just touch a little bit about what Ovie said about this infrastructure. Ovie, I will cut some slack for you when you talk about this infrastructure. Why I want to cut some slack, because we all too we do the same thing. Somebody will say, "Oh, I was raised in Lagos for 30 something years before I travel out. We suffer. Me and my father, me and my parents, we live in 2 rooms or 1 room with 5 children for 2 room or 1 room, and we suffered from that same room. We went to school, we do everything. Your parents will still be in Lagos, and you make money, you go build one mansion in your village. Then guess what? Then when you travel back from America or from the UK, still you will not go to that village, because now you're still scared that they will kill you. What I call glorified cemetery. You will not even start from that place that your parents live in Lagos to say, let me turn the goalpost round. You understand? We just do things wrongly. You will not even go back to your state and say, okay, let me even go build in the city. So that if my parents, okay, they don't want to stay in Lagos, Rivers, Abuja as a case, let me even go to my state and build in the city, so that 1 minute if they have engagement, they can take 45 minutes, 1 hour, 30 minutes, and go to the village, do whatever they want to do and come back. No. This is the same thing with all these churches that we are building. How much revenue are they making from there? How is this infrastructure paying the community? How is this infrastructure being a great benefit to that community, to the state? How is this infrastructure? You understand? Neither the infrastructure keep taking from us, it keep taking from us, it keep taking from us. How is the benefit? There's always a projection. MTN is coming in Nigeria. They are about to employ 2,500 staff. You understand? And the 25,000 indirect and staff. You understand? These are the things. You understand? Other people that do business with it, it pays people. People do small umbrella, dealer to sub dealer and dealers and the like. People make money. It create job. How does these things create job to people? Neither it take the little resources. That it just I can't understand it. Let me let somebody else talk.
Thank you for that. Ovie, look at what is on the screen there. Can you read what is on the screen there, Ovie?
Read down for me, Aweg. It is tiny.
Really do your eye.
No, it's still now phone that they use. So okay, may I see? Since sentence for evil are not carried out immediately, and there are many ways of I have to shift my screen.
And there are many ways of escaping the penalty. The heart
of men belongs
become
set
fully set on running the risks of doing evil. Do you agree with that?
Of course, yes. But let me. Now my time to speak.
No, hold on 1 second. You will speak. I'll give you the floor. Do you agree with it in its totality?
Yes. Now, human being will be. Isn't it obvious? Don't you know they see the word?
You see, this statement you just read is taken from Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verse 11 in the Bible that you said we should throw away.
Do I need the Bible to know that?
I'm just telling you that the literature book. No, wait, listen. I am just telling you that this literature book that you are saying we should throw away.
Good. Let me.
So I'm just saying, before we listen. Hold on, Ovie, hold on. I try to keep a liberal mind. I don't know if I'm using the right word, because I'm not going to dismiss anyone's argument in respect to the Bible or the Quran. I've never read the Quran, so I can't. And I'm not going to defend. I'm not here to defend the Bible. The Bible defends itself over the years. It has defended itself over the years. So, but before we come to a conclusion to say we're throwing a book away or that argument, they say you don't judge a book by its cover. You have to read it first before you come to that conclusion that, okay, it is not the problem of the book. Just the same way they said our constitution is crap, we should throw it away, we should do this. The constitution is also a literature book. As far as I am concerned, every book is a literature book. I yield the floor to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, come. I know our viewers, the fan of this platform are smart people now. No be people where we go need to explain it literally to them. throwing it away doesn't mean they make you. I mean, that is not even possible. I can't say about the Bible and throw them away. I'm just trying to buttress the point, right? I'm just trying to buttress the point with that. Now, to my point, Chim, the fact that you could not see the problem from your analogy back the point I was trying to make.
What analogy, please remind me?
Your hamper analogy. I am pointing how that book, how it destroyed millions of Nigerian psychic.
Which
I just said, if you
hold on 1 second. You said the book.
God.
Oh no, you will speak. You said, I just want to be sure which book. Is it the Bible and the Quran you are referring to that it destroyed millions?
I'm talking about the Bible now. I don't think I'm qualified.
Andrew, let him speak. Don't worry, let him finish.
All right. Chim,
No.
You go ahead with the moderation. I'll be in the backstage for the next few minutes, please.
Okay, yes, go on, Ovie.
Yes, I've not studied enough about Quran to say I'm talking about the Bible now because it affects me too. So I only talk about something that affects me directly. So you are comparing a goodwill gesture, Hapa, which even Jujuma self they give. They just do a masquerade festival of my village with the shared Hapa bags up and down in the name of the masquerade where would they carry, right? You are comparing to the damage to that what that book has done to average Nigeria. Just say if you approach average Nigerian on the street, where they go tell you it's in a heaven, right? A book where now. Along that statement, I also said that there's a need for the government to teach its people that they're a member of a nation. This book in southern Nigeria take paramount from every other thing where we can ever think of. In fact, matter of fact, that book no they lie. And that is dangerous to our psyche. Now, the fact that you are comparing the goodwill to that kind of damage, just like when the America today we are talking about the opium crisis, when you talk about drug crisis, that's where you are comparing an app that gets your gift from, which anybody can do anyway. Then, Mr. Jagon, I wasn't talking about who brought Christianity. For God's sake, when they born Ajayi Crowder, why I go to say they brought Christianity to Nigeria? The Christians already in Nigeria committing havoc, destroying all the gods and all their way of life before he was even born. So I wasn't talking about the Christianity. I was talking about he was the pioneer of among the people they sent to come and educate our leaders, our community, the new community leader that they chose among them. Bible was their syllabus.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying. Bible was the syllabus. So the foundation of our modern behavior is the Bible. Literally, that's what it is. So that's what I was pointing. I wasn't saying, oh, Christian. I was saying, when they born them, Christians all they do havoc all around the world, keep people destroying everything before they born them. So
can I come in real quick? Ovie, I understand what you are saying. But you see, there's a way that we must speak in order to really communicate, rather than just. Wait, let me land. I'm not
trying to stop you.
Please don't. We don't have to fight. Let me just land a little bit, please. All I'm saying is that there's a way we must communicate with each other, not for our own understanding, for the understanding of the people in the panel and in the comment section. Make sure they understand what we're saying correctly. Now, when you're using these terms and they're brushing, it's too. You're asking me to pick from your wide brush. I can't do that. What am I doing that for? You're supposed to communicate accurately to me, so I understand what you're saying. Then we don't have to go back and forth. We will understand. All I'm putting to you is that you're almost saying that Ajayi Crowther didn't do a good job, and then we have to argue: did he do a good job? Yeah, yes, exactly. It's penetrating you because you're not touching. Now, you could say that the Bible is the syllabus. Now, we have to understand that Ethiopia and Armenia.
Jacob, please, can you allow me to, when you get to your turn, you do your explanation. I'm not coming here.
But okay, sorry, hold on.
It's unfair, but I don't know why you're not able to listen. If you're able to speak.
Hold on a second.
That's what you're doing.
Guys, hold on so that we don't do this.
Oh my God.
Ovie, Jago did not interject. I was actually coming. I thought were done.
Oh
I was going to speak.
my
Remember,
God.
can you hold? See, no, we can't do this.
Yeah, we can't.
Can I point something out? Can I point something out? Can I point something out? Can I point something out?
Ovie, you will speak. Ovie, you will speak. But in speaking, you must listen. Number one, you had the floor. The thinking was you were done with your own presentation. And then because you had referenced me and referenced Jago, we would have been given a chance for a rebuttal or a response. I was going to, then Jago stepped in. So I said, okay, let him respond to the angle on which you took him on, which is what he did. And in trying to speak, he wanted you to listen. So if we're not going to come and listen, then we might as well not be having this broadcast.
Yeah, we might as well have a monologue. That's why I explained that if you're speaking,
I don't want to do that. You spoke, then he's responding to explain himself. I'm even waiting to speak.
No, Ovie, brother, Ovie, tell me why you're frustrated. Why are you frustrated? We're all brothers here. We don't have to get so frustrated with each other. It's unfair. We're trying to have a deep conversation. And in such, listening and speaking, we can do it. We can do this. Don't become frustrated, bro. It's only a conversation. I'll lead for.
Before I speak, Ovie, do you have something to say? Because I want to respond to something you said.
I wasn't even halfway to my point. That's what
that's
I'm
not
saying.
true. You were done. You concluded.
Allow him.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why do we always do this?
No, we're allowing you, bros. Don't go back.
No, I need to make some point here. Why do we always do this? I don't know about anybody. I know they come here to oppose anybody. I come here to make a point, right? If I mention your name, that is because you misquote me.
You're not listening again.
No,
not.
Hold on, please.
You speak whether you are pointing a view, your whatever. When you speak, if you've referenced someone, it is common sense the person will want to clarify himself. That's the point we're making. So go ahead.
Please, can I just
go ahead and say what you want to say? Go ahead.
When una they reference me, I no talk now. I kept quiet because I know I will have my time to respond. But that's not the whole point. That's not even the thing. Any times where I use speak, I am, as I say, I don't come here to oppose anybody. I don't get anybody for my. Come here with my point. When I look at the topic, I know my point. You can disagree with it. That is fine.
Ovie, go ahead, please.
No, because we always
don't be frustrated, bro. Come make it.
Go ahead. You're wasting time.
Make it calm.
See, when they talk, I know say make una stop, make una point.
No, we didn't say. I didn't say that.
Now.
Oh, why are you fighting everyone, man?
Go ahead now.
I am talking. You keep saying go ahead. Am I not speaking?
Because you're still making reference to what is not part of the conversation. Go ahead.
I'm clarifying myself why I speak the way I speak. I'm clarifying myself why I speak the way I speak.
That's not necessary. Go on and make your point.
It is necessary because you guys are not seeing my point. You don't have to agree with me. Just
I don't have to see your point. But I'm listening.
You guys are seeing me as if I'm difficult. I'm not difficult. When I'm speaking, you keep up. Because when you are speaking, I keep quiet. You don't.
This is not why I didn't come here for this today. I didn't come here for this today. Honestly,
that's the point. So forget my name. Forget me. Just attack my point. If you don't disagree, agree my point. Just do my point. Forget me. If I don't say nah, my father bring Christians, you come from Nigeria. I have the right to say that. And you have to say, okay, but you have to go beyond that.
Andrew, don't hand over this to me next time. If you do, I will click off and go. Honestly, I don't want to do this. That's not why I came here today. So I'm being honest. I like to be very factual. I'm not trying to play games. I have
Paul, sorry, Chim. I apologize because I need to attend some. Please, AY, welcome to the show. Chim, again, I apologize for putting you in this position. I handed over to you, and in the future, I will say hand over to you if you are there. So you're not going to run away.
No, I won't accept. And I'm being honest because remember, you see, the funny thing is, I'm not trying to say this out of belittling anybody. When we started this program, maybe you want to go back and highlight that comment that someone made. Please go back and highlight it.
Okay.
I'm serious because what has happened now is exactly why the person made that comment at the beginning. You know the comment I'm talking about.
Is it the comment of Rokaya?
Did you hear where somebody said people are having a decent conversation for once? It's on that comment.
Yes. The reason why, okay, let me
No, don't excuse. I'm just saying what just transpired now is why that person made that comment. In other words, the person comes here and goes and was like, okay, there's a breath of fresh air. People are having a conversation. When Ovie was speaking, we all let him speak. You handed over to me, and then he was speaking, and I thought he was done, and I invited Jagu to
Ovie has left. Let's continue the conversation. Ovie, I hope you will join back again.
He should please join back. But he should learn. He should learn it's a conversation. I don't want to come and argue. Conversation doesn't mean I agree with you or you agree with me, but we just lay things down.
I'm just.
all this man.
You don't see what the religion don't cost now.
Not be religion cost am. Not be religion cost am. I'm sorry. Religion didn't cost anything.
Truly, it's not religion. I'm just.
All this grown-up man go keep person there.
Now so this is highly dangerous for a man's heart, you know.
Anyway, I don't want to highlight that comment because of
okay, you can go back and read the portion.
Okay, I have it in front of me. The person said it's refreshing to see two men having a great conversation with mutual respect for each other. With all due respect, I'm not going to read the rest. So that's the reason why
I'm okay with that. Don't read the rest. I get you, and I'm also not in support of the
rest.
But why I want to emphasize this, you see, I've said this to a few of us. We come here to learn.
Yeah,
I mean, this broadcast. I didn't go to work today. That's why I'm on this broadcast, and you know why. I told you, oh, I'm home today. I'm off today, so we can have a conversation. We come here to learn. Let's not always come here. And you see the way the conversation began, and we were just having decent conversation, discussing things. You challenge me, you throw. Let's have conversations. Let's just have conversations. Even the things we're talking, that we keep blaming religion, blaming Christianity, blaming Islam, it's not those religions per se. It's people's application of those things. That's the problem. Because I've asked us now, democracy is working in other countries. Some of those countries, the UK, where you and Jagu live, used to be a monarchical society, heavily monarchical society. And they liberalized and brought in an aspect of it which is democratic. They are still making progress, even though we will say they stole our resources and everything. But at least they are making progress, holding their leadership accountable. Even the monarchy is now being held accountable. But we are not accomplishing the same thing with the same democracy in our own society. And then before we say Jack Robinson, we say the black man's political system is our problem. I struggle with some of those thinkings. You know, that's my frustration. There is actually no system that if human beings open their mind, and we're not perfect, but we make an effort to apply those things with an open and honest mind, that will not get a good result. There is no system. Is it business? Do decent business with. If I do, me and Paul enter business. Oh, Paul, let me provide you with so and so. This is, and Paul, I provide, and Paul pays me, and everybody is happy. We keep going for them. When we start having problem is if I begin to defraud Paul or Paul defrauds me, then wahala go enter. Then we go say that business be the issue. Business no be the issue. Now my character or Paul character now be the issue. That's what I want Ovie to realize. That's what I was letting him know when I use that. And I rightly said I want to be vulnerable. It's my story that happened to me, but I chose to share it to explain, that you can't just make this is a problem.
Can you stop muting me, please? Electricity. It's not necessary. I'm quiet here.
So anyway, let AY say what he wants to say, then we continue.
Chim, sorry, Jagun, I didn't get what you just said. 1 second.
Shall I repeat it?
Yeah, please. I didn't get what you said just now.
My microphone keeps muting, and I'm very quiet here, so I don't know if it's you doing that, but if it is,
I'm even though you're quiet, because it's if you want to speak,
because there's no noise coming here. If it's noisy, now your own kicking the middle.
Those are very minor issues.
It's minor. It's minor.
I want to swing a little bit into the political arena. We're still on the same topic: process of emancipation, black man supremacy. I don't know if AY has been done. it is rumored. It is rumored. There's no confirmation yet. It is rumored. Jagun, you have to turn on your video. I'll put you backstage.
No, don't do that. I'm here. I'm here. I'm just doing something that you don't need to see, so everybody's even. If that's applicable. If not, I'll come out of the camera side. I'll leave it on.
All right, guys.
It is rumored that what's this guy's name? Dati Baba Ahmed will be floated as the Labour presidential candidate come 2027 because Peter Obi is not acting as he should act because Dati Baba Ahmed. You hear what Aburi said the other time, that if it was Dati Baba Ahmed, the nation would have been divided. It's a rumor, so I don't know. But anyway, welcome to the show. Let me yield the floor to you to weigh in on the current topic. That we go into politics if time permits. Thank you.
The current topic, it's a very difficult one, though. It's an emotional topic.
Why is it difficult?
It is difficult.
I'm just gonna say little stuff. I'm not gonna say too much. It's a difficult topic. How can I tell you? Because we are not even ready for this conversation.
What?
We are not ready. Trust me.
You don't go deep with that, so you don't enter.
No, I go hit up. Yeah, we are not ready. Because if there is something Chim said now, like Chim said, religion is not the problem. I agree with you, Chim. Religion is not the problem. The people, we are the problem. I can tell you. Because most of the stuff you see, right? Like, we kind of abuse religion in Africa, in Nigeria specifically. I'll tell you some story. I remember when I was in Unibed then, like, in the morning, we rush it to go attend classes, 6:30, for us to be able to get seat in 500 LT. That you will see normal Nigeria, you see like 2,000 plus attending lecture in 500 LT. You know what that means. You got to be there early to occupy a seat. People will bring religion into this classroom. So one mistake I feel we made in Nigeria is we did not allow religion to be in its place. I usually say this: if I have opportunity, this is one thing I'm going to implement. I'm not saying don't worship, don't be a Christian, don't be a Muslim, don't be whatever you're worshiping. But just the way we have it in America, you work with people, you don't even know if they are Muslims, they are Christians, they are whatever. But some of them are very solid in their faith. Worship at home, worship in your worship places. But what we did, right? People tend to bring religion to the public place to disturb everybody. I will not, if in the South, it's very common with the Christians, especially the Pentecostal Christians. In the North, it's kind of common with the Muslim too. It's not a one-way face thing. People don't respect the public. You need to understand that you are not the only, Nigeria is a, what do they call it? A secular state, they say, right?
Secular state.
Even in workplaces, these things happen, right? I think that's why people are able to take advantage of the situation, like some of the leaders, to manipulate others. Because really, most of the stuff we do is not the religion, is the people. We are the problem. There is something that is, we allow anybody that uses that to its advantage. We allowed it, we allowed it. You know, like religiously, look at what most of them are doing. How they work with the dreaded politicians that do what they like. They read Galatians, they come to your church, your mosque. You are worshiping them. You are hailing them. Oh, Mr. Governor. So we cannot give them that opportunity, right? And we allow them to use it to divide us, just the way they try to also divide us. It is all politics. I was asking a friend yesterday, I'm like, we had Christian president, we had Christian governors, we have Muslim governors, we have Muslim president. What did you benefit as a Christian? What did you benefit as a Muslim? We are all suffering. Go to Castina and see what is happening. Buhari ruled for 8 years and see the insecurity in Castina till today, even when Buhari was in power. People are hungry. The moment, the day we understand these issues and allow religion to be in place, I think we will move ahead. That's why people, again, that's why you see most religious leaders, they taking advantage of this situation because they know people are kind of gullible when it comes to religion. People kind of like, they remove their thinking cap when it comes to religion and they just follow. Oh, my leader said, my pastor said, my mom said, my this one said. You got to do the work yourself. You got to ask questions. You got to think. That's why we are educated. So that's why if you want to go to the deep down this thing, dig it very deep, you will see, to be honest, the people are the problem.
If can I just say something? You know, I agree with you. I agree with your submission. I don't even find any point of disagreement. But I just wanted to add this. So let's be more practical. Today on Facebook, I saw a video, and I think someone has sent me that thing, but I'm not sure. I don't want to go searching my phone. Of somebody, the minister of immigration or something in UAE, one of their ministers, was interviewed, and he said this is a practicing Muslim. He said any government in the Middle East or any society that refuses to tackle extremist Islamism or whatever he mentioned, that is a ticking time bomb. This is a practicing Muslim being honest with you.
It is.
And then I've been privileged to have gone to that society. I've been privileged to have visited another society next to them, Qatar. I've been privileged to have visited 2 or 3 of them. And I see the level of development these guys accomplish. In fact, the time I went to Dubai, and then for those of us who went in the early days when Dubai was budding, they would sell you this tourist thing where we go inside those sand dunes, go play cargo, they do like this. I don't forget to record that place. I went on it, you know, if you're not strong, you go think say the car wants some assault. And when we finished, we went to bonfire. A lady came and did belly dancing for us and everything. You know, when I say somebody is doing belly dancing, you know what belly dancing is.
Yeah.
You know the person is not 100% covered. This is in a society that is 100% Islamic. And I came back with my colleague and I said, this sand dune where we go do, not be waiting Maiduguri get and Yobe, but we're not developing it. These are people who are Islamic. They don't drink alcohol very openly, but they have specific areas they've designated that if you want to drink that your alcohol, you go that side, go drink them, and not disrespect the rest of society. Nobody was being maimed. Nobody was being killed. Nobody was being, nobody accused anybody of anything. But this is an Islamic society. So back to the point we're making. When you hear these things and you see what people are saying, does that not tell you is the application of what somebody knows that is the problem and not exactly that particular thing called religion in itself? Because it's a choice. It's a decision you make. Do you understand? I also saw a video today. I'm not sure what Western nation that is, but a Muslim walked into a church. They were having their service. The Muslim went to the front, laid his mat, and was praying. It was like a kind of defiance was trying to pull them. Hold on. And nobody, the people there just worshipped, ignored him. He did what he wanted to do and he walked out. If that is a Nigerian society, not before it won't bust out be that. But these people said, you know what, even though this guy is in our face, we will ignore him. When you do a foolishness, you go waka come out here. Nobody, I don't even see anybody apart from the guy where they record them. Nobody respond. Even the pastor don't even respond to them. They don't even talk to them. So people should wake up and stop blaming an institution for their problem and blame themselves. Look, like Jabu said, look in the mirror and look at yourself. Do you understand? Look at yourself. You don't have to respond to everything. You don't have to fight. You say God is supreme and you are fighting for him. Whether it is a Christian fighting for him or the Muslim fighting for him, you are fighting for a supreme being that is all-knowing. You are fighting for him. He didn't ask you to fight for him. He only asked you to show love. He asked you to talk about him. And if people choose not to, then you move on with your life. So people need to, because we go blame religion, we go blame government, we go blame democracy, but we not go blame ourselves. I just want to put that out.
Yeah. You are a point. Just like what Bobo Ray said. Extremism in anything, Muslim, Christianity, Islam, even some of that things we do. The moment you get the extreme, that's a problem. It is a problem. Anybody can get extreme in anything. So and again, like you said, it could be lack of understanding. The person don't really understand what is going on, you know. And if I may expand on that, right? Like this, some of our geos in Nigeria, like the video electricity played. You see, this kind of statement, I actually see them as modern day slavery. How they try to use people like, don't forget, these people are poor people, majority of them. They can collect the last cover they have with them, and they allow you go broke in the name of religion. So, I mean, it's a lot of issues. That's why I said we are not even ready to have this discussion. It's quite deep. It's quite deep.
Can I thank you guys. I agree with AY on two levels. One, this is an extremely difficult subject. It really is. And two, I'm not sure that we're ready for it. However, having said that, I like the level of this discussion. If treated with some honor and respect and reality as far as we can take it. Where we were with the difficulties that this particular broadcast entails, it entails that we have to tackle difficult subjects, difficult terrains, because life isn't getting any easier. And the understanding of what we're going through on a day-to-day basis is entrenched in pure, unadulterative, forgive me, angst. For humankind to understand how to behave to humankind, we have too many examples. We speak about Nigeria, but it's worldwide. We shouldn't really bring ourselves out of it, even though we are our own peculiar race. Every race in the world has their own peculiarities. And what I'm trying to say, I think, although I agree with him that we're not ready and this is difficult, the subject matter that electricity brings on board is to be taken very seriously. The whole idea of supremacy immediately for where we are as human beings is completely wrong. Nobody's superior to anyone. But because of the way hierarchy works, there is always this incline for superior notions. Now, are we in a position where our communication here can affect change in any individual? If the answer is yes, then we need to have these kinds of discussions.
Okay,
so
Jago, the answer is yes. The only thing is that you and I may not be able to tell who that individual or who those individuals are. Are you getting my point? The point you've made, the point everyone has made, one way or the other, do have effects. It's just that we will not be able to tell. I have had people in my private conversation from this platform who I talk to privately, and even in the other shows. And it depends on how we pass the message across. It's just that the only sad part is this, that our audience are Nigerians in Nigeria. And because of the issue of electricity and data, they can't afford to stay the way you and I are spending hours on here, because I know Nigerians naturally or generally we want to be part of such conversation. Nigerians back at home on the ground, we want to be part of that conversation. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I yield the floor back to you, Jago.
Thank you. I would like our conversation to go back to where we were when Ovie was speaking, or even before Ovie was speaking, because at that point, I really relished what people had to say. So, if you can,
yes, I'm trying to.
Wait, electricity. If I can, electricity.
I was lost.
I would like you to bring us back with a question that again concentrates our minds as to the subject matter, if you can.
Okay, let me see if I can. I think I was lost myself because I wanted to.
You allowed yourself to get lost, electricity.
Please laugh.
I don't know.
Either of you.
Yeah, so I think what we were doing was, and it was going well. He had some questions he asked, and then the last place we left was when what's her name? The lady.
Rokoya.
Yes,
Rokoya.
exactly. That's when we started losing our trend.
Yeah,
she asked a question on the role of.
Let me see if I can get that question. Oh, yeah, I think I know. I'm going to swing it around now, but we will stay on that question. Yeah, hold on. Let me just look for the question again to help us to. What is this question? Yeah, I found the question. This is the question: what is the role of religious elite in the decay of our society? AY and Jagun, you guys said we are not ready for such discussion. We are not prepared for such discussions in terms of this subject matter. Jago, you want to clarify what I just said? Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely correct. Go on.
Okay, so
I just wanted to speak straight after you.
Why are you guys saying we are not ready for such discussion? And when will we ever be ready for such discussion? I hope this will bring us back.
Yeah, and then maybe Paul can help. Because I'm not sure if he spoke to this exactly.
To that particular thing, no.
Yes.
I would like to say this. What I agree with, where AY's submission as to we're not ready. We're not ready largely because we don't want to be grown up enough as a people. And I don't want to bring out Ovie. He's a special guy. No way. I respect that guy a lot. He may feel, I don't know what he may feel, but it could be that the utterances that I have for him, he would object to. But I want us to be grown up, man. I want us to be men about the discussions that we're having. And a lot of the times, I think we deal in a way that we're spreading rhetoric rather than going into deep thought. And it's not easy to go into deep thought. That's why I agree with AY that this is a difficult subject. You have to release yourself from ego to have this kind of discussion. Now, are the elite basically, be they religious or not, are they the ruin of our nation? And it may be easy for us to say, yes, they are. Yes, there is a supremacist viewpoint that the elite have, as I say, because of the hierarchical state of human existence, not just Nigerian existence, human existence. As egalitarian as we wish to be, largely, we all behave in a way that is oppressive. Now, it's this oppression that is holding everybody back. They would use, people generally, is the they I'm speaking about, would use any tool in order to oppress or to be in control or to gain advantage. So the religious individual, be he Islamic or Christian or wherever else, this individual, because of his knowledge, he would put himself in a position to oppress or to beguile. Now, when doing this, something like tithes, for example, if we understand what tithes really is, then we would know that the way that we're playing the whole game is completely false. Tithes was always about produce, not money. Produce, in order to be stored for that time of need. That is why tithes began. No, so you'll bring your wheat if you are a farmer, you'll bring your goat, you'll bring whatever it was that you were producing, not cash. You'll bring whatever it was that you were producing to the table, as it were, to be shared at those times of need. Today, because people don't read the Bible, because people don't understand their religion, because people have no history context in their minds, we can be played. Simply, we can be played. So if I've got something by way of knowledge, instead of me sharing that knowledge, I'm using it as a weapon against my community in order to empower and enrich myself. This is the issue. And if we are going to have this discussion, I think I would like people to be sharing their. I like what both Electricity and Chim had to say, speaking of religious or biblical understanding, especially when Chim went into what he called lesser prophets and how they were holding the elite, the pastor, whoever it was, to task. Now, these are what each individual is supposed to be empowered to do, which is to say that because I have an issue with my parent, my teacher, my pastor, my politician, it doesn't mean I'm going to sit down and just take nonsense. It means I have to stand up and speak. However, our society dictates that we just obey. Now, obeying what you don't understand, I find it very difficult. Unless you are a child, and to be given the respect a child has, which is a child needs to learn. This dictate that we have within our community, especially in Nigeria, we have to tackle it. We have to be brave enough to tackle it. So whilst we may not be ready, the time is already late. It's already late because there are so many things happening in this world that we take for granted. We're just watching it, seeing it happen, and thinking it will blow over. And generally, it does blow over. However, where we are today, everything that's happening around the world, we need to pay serious attention to because it's going to affect us. It may not affect us today, it may not affect us tomorrow, but promise yourself it's going to affect each individual. I'll leave
Thank
mine
you,
there.
Jago. I'm going to say this, but don't jump at me until you hear me finish. You just contradicted yourself. Wait now. I said don't jump at me. Let me finish.
No, I'm just saying, are you speaking to me about what I just said? Yes.
Yes. You just contradicted yourself saying that we are not ready for this discussion. It's a good way of, it's a good step contradiction. Don't get me wrong. It's not a bad. You just contradicted yourself or shoot yourself in the leg when you say we are not ready for this discussion. But however, from your argument or presentation, we are actually ready based on the things you said.
No, you misunderstand me, sir. when I say that it's difficult and we're not ready, I meant based on the level of immaturity that generally that we have about having these deep discussions.
No, I'm
That,
still
that
saying.
that's it.
I'm
That's
still
it. That's
saying
my.
you reference to tithes in the old where they use produce to pay tithes. Would that be correct?
I did reference, but that's not my contradiction, is it?
No, what I'm saying is that it's something that needs to be talked about. You have knowledge of it. That's what I'm about. That's the point. And I believe Chim and Paul and AY we can bring AY to speed in respect, bring AY up to speed in respect to that. That's what I'm saying. So we are actually ready for this. If you say we are not ready for this discussion, we are not matured for this discussion.
Unfortunately, it's a moot point that you given me here, based on the fact that you haven't really understood the whole of what I've said. You know, you can pick apart.
Can I say something quickly without and then yield to Paul, please, if you don't mind. So when Jago said we're not ready, he has repeated himself. I understand what he's saying. What Jago is saying is that it is not that we are not ready to have the conversation. We can have the conversation, but people are not mind matured enough. It's like saying a grown guy who's grown up. He's grown, matured enough, has all it takes to be married. He has a good job. He can produce children right now. But
from Paul's expression, he seems to disagree with you.
No, but the person is not ready in terms of guys. Do I have you guys? Person is not ready in terms of the way to deal with living with a woman. Do you understand the fact that there might be conflict, the fact that he might need to yield, the fact that he might need to submit himself? That person is not ready, but he is ready. He's grown. He's 50. He has a good job. He can pay for living standard with a wife or even for children. But when it comes to the maturity of the mind, he's not ready. That's what the analogy I want to use to explain my understanding.
I think you're right. I'll take that on board.
Jago, hold on one second. Paul and AY, do you agree with Jago and Chim?
I don't even know what to say. If you say Jago and Chim, both of them, they're coming from a slightly different place. So I don't know where to say yes and no.
In terms of readiness, he's saying in terms of readiness.
For readiness, I think we're more than ready. It's just that the way we are being wired, like Fela would say, you don't want to talk in the living room, but when you go to the bedroom, you whine and whine and whine. And for you to whine, there is something to say. That's why you can even whine. But you just don't want to be the black sheep in the house. For me, I will go two different routes when it comes to this aspect. There is two major ethnic groups in Nigeria that we used to know, the Yorubas and the Igbo. If you remember the stories like they told us, these days so many people keep questioning it, the story of the killing of twins, the story about Mary Celeste, as we were taught. Today in Nigeria, if an Igbo woman had 5 kids, probably maybe got pregnant again to have the 6th one and they become twin, you automatically take that first child and say, Mama Chinedu, Mama Ifoma, with outweigh the first child, like we normally call mothers with their first child. Mama Chinedu, Yadele, Mama this. It will become Yajima, Yabeji. You understand? That's our quality. But that twin itself before, it was a cost thing. It was a taboo. But somewhere along the line, raised it. Now, let's
not amongst the Yoruba, amongst others, not amongst the Yoruba.
I'm just no.
Even Igbos no kill twins, so
no. I'm just saying the story of how twin now become very sweet thing that it will even take the place of the first child, even when it's coming from the first child. When you have twins, even there's the last child or second to last, or whichever way. You understand? It outweigh everything. The people are so happy for you. They call it Yabeji. Yeah, Jima. You know, that's where I'm going. So now another way around, look out Saudi Arabia. The things they condemn tremendously. They are breaking their rules. Look at alcohol today. Today now they are allowing diploma to even take alcohol. You understand? Today now they can allow women to drive. So what do I mean by that? That is that question that Rukuya asks. The elite, remember when the elite did not approve it, they punish the people who want to ask for it like they're being rebellious. You understand? But when the elite, the people followed immediately. Now, let me go to my third place now. Look, the current prime minister, or is it the president in the Netherlands, what he said about the Muslim. I don't want to touch everything that he said about the Muslim, but I will touch one part. He said he's going to talk to his people in the schools, the principals, and every other thing, that is, you use Muhammad as a cartoon in some of these books, their textbooks, and every other thing. And if anybody don't want it, go. Let's tell ourselves the truth. The way Jehovah's Witnesses put their own Bible, the way they present the Bible to us, is slightly different from the way Catholic present the same Bible to us. It's slightly different the way the so-called Pentecostal today, the way we see the same Bible, is slightly different. You understand? So when the Dutch, these are the same cartoon that somebody will use, say in Nigeria today, hundreds of people will die. Say you call Mohammed, you do this thing, 100, but the Dutch president say, we're going to do it here. And if you are not okay, go somewhere else that you feel you are okay with it. You understand? This is how somebody cannot stay somewhere else and insist how we will practice this religion from his own country, from his own Qatar, from his own Bahrain, from his own Jordan, from his own Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Afghanistan. Or somebody cannot tell us how we practice our so-called religion from Rome, from America, and from England. The Presbyterian, the so-called Catholic, you understand, the Methodists, the Baptists, and the likes. This is one place that will start making mention of all those things. And we see these things when AY make mention about how religion operates to some extent in the West. Because they made us understand we don't talk politics in workplace. You don't talk religion in workplace. We respect that space. We understand what it entails when we talk religion in workplace. You are going to HRO. We know the consequence. You understand? I understand the consequence if I like a girl in my place, and if the girl don't like me, I may be in trouble. You understand? And if the girl also like me again, and the day I got tired again, I may also be in trouble. Then I will understand. I will know my boundary very well. I strongly believe that maybe if we want to touch it from that place, but trying to insist that the way they practice this religion in Yemen, that is how they practice it in Nigeria, it will not work. But we can argue, but we can also meet somewhere else. You understand? But that is where we put strong institutions into place. The Saudi Arabia will criticize so many things. Still have the so-called American Quarter, where people can do all the barbaric things that they kick against, but they still create a space for them. Like workplace today, we have smoke zones. You understand? In the airport, there are places where people can go play with their pets, go do all type of things. You know, you can't just take your dog and run everywhere in the airport. You have places that make provision for space for you to do all those things, smoke zones and every other thing. Maybe by the time we start touching all those things, let us put rules that you don't need to have one small mosque in your workplace. You don't need to have one fellowship place as a Christian in your workplace. But these two religions will disagree. For the man who practices traditional belief, we don't need to do anything. Let us take it home, because anyway, these things that we're talking about, at the end of the day, they are personal to us. So if they are personal to us, let's keep it personal. Then if we want to go to our temple, our synagogue, where we put heads together, then we can go there. But our primary purpose in our workplace, in our public space, let us respect one another, because everybody don't carry the faith that you carry. If we don't touch it, if we keep it quiet, I don't think we'll go anywhere.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for that. AY.
Let me just add to what Paul just said.
Before you had, I'm going to throw a spanner into the wheel, then you will talk so that it will play at the back of our mind. Based on what Paul just said about.
Just watch my leg before you throw the spanner, please.
Based on what Paul just his argument. So, based on this, I think liberal argument you made, if I'm correct, if I'm using the right word, we lost Jagun, but it will come back and. Therefore, we can argue that polygamy, it's not wrong and does not constitute as adultery. Anyway, the floor is yours. That's the spanner I've just thrown into the wheel now. So anyway,
okay. So Paul, I'm gonna say this, right? If you ask me, for example, the Dutch president, why do you have to have Mohammed in your paper? I don't know where he want to draw it. You see, even if we are saying like I'm
remember there's Christ everywhere. There's Christ everywhere, not type of catalog in school. No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. As you ask the question.
I'm a big person when it comes to keep religion what religion belongs, where religion belongs. Why I'm saying that is does not mean we have to respect ourselves in all ways. Even dealing with you as a person, the moment we don't respect ourselves, we're gonna have issues. So it's not sufficient for you to say, oh, on what ground do you want to draw him? Do you get it? It's just like, say, even other religion, you don't even believe in at all. You got to allow them to function. You got to allow them to exist. But if you just take America, for example, Canada, look at what they're doing. The society is quite very peaceful. I remember when I was doing my master's in Canada, like we had in my university, we have multipurpose faith room. That was the first place. What happened there is Muslim will pray there, Christians will pray, different denomination. The basic thing is people just book. Oh, I have to use this place. If Muslim want to pray, they remove, and you don't hear noise. It's just people just do their thing and leave. Do you get it? Christians want to pray, they will bring their chairs, they will put it there. You know, in fact, most of the schools in Canada, that's the way they are designed. They have multi-purpose faith rooms. You see, we can live together in that way. Even, for example, it's just the way Nigeria is just, our whole case is just different. Like the civil service you were talking about, the even workplace. If you are really a good company, what is wrong in having multi-purpose faith room? Let people go there. It doesn't matter. But the only thing is, you pray there, you come to work, face your work, face your team. So it should not really be, we can make it very peaceful and deal with ourselves as human, not, because that is what is actually causing a lot of issues. And you see, why, Mr. Electricity, why I said it's a very difficult topic, right? Me, as a Muslim, if there are things I will speak against Christianity, you think I hate Christianity. There are things a Christian will say against Muslim, you would think he hates Muslim. If we are really ready for discussion, there are a lot of questions we need to ask. We need to really think deep.
We need to sorry for interjecting you. Listen, this is Have Your Say program, okay? And I would disagree with if we say we are not ready to talk about, we are not matured or ready or prepared or this and that, then we have to close shop and just call it a night. That is just the truth. Because listen, no, Chimi, hold on. We are all educated. I think I'm the least educated among you guys here.
Okay.
No,
You're laughing. You're laughing. You're not.
Simba,
you can't get me there.
Nah, doctor, not my electricity.
So,
doctor.
So if we are now saying, if our argument is that we are not prepared, we are not ready, we are not the whatever excuse or reason we are giving, we have to talk about it. I mean, it's not that I know everything or Chim knows everything. Or we come with the bits and pieces we know, because remember, the topic is process of emancipation, the changing of people's mind. So if we don't talk about it, how are we going to change our minds on move forward? We've been sitting down here for over a year talking politics. Is that not enough for people to
my brother, well said. Well said. Whilst I've said what you think is, speaking against what I said, why I say well said is because whilst AY underlines the difficulties and the emotional aspect of any faith and religion and communicating it across faiths, across religions, these things are extremely difficult. However, in my mind, I've thought deeply about Nigeria in particular and why it's necessary for the whole country. Wait, if I can just land.
From AY. AY was this.
No, I'm just buttressing what you're saying. That's all. We're having a good conversation
and
here.
We have Simba that just joined us.
Simba will come in, no worries. All I'm saying is that I thought that the whole country needs to have this conversation.
Yeah,
and it's gonna be tough.
No, I see. This is our problem.
You should have let me land, bro. You should let me land.
Jago, we are looking
let me say something, please, before you
go. Simba will speak first. I took the mic from AY.
Okay.
Listen, if we keep making these excuses for ourselves, we keep making these excuses, then we're not going to talk, we're not going to do anything as well too, because from result of talking, action comes up. So if we say we're not ready to talk this thing, so we talk about politics, all that things, then we are not going to talk about it. So when are we ever, okay, Jago and Chim, or just can you give us a time frame when you think we will be ready to have this discussion?
Okay. Please let me speak, because I would like to hear.
AY has the floor. No, AY, finish your this in that Chim. I come to you. Then we go to Simba. Please, Chim.
Here is the few things I'm gonna say, right? The religious leaders, they are quite powerful. But I kind of blame the people for not able to scrutinize what they are saying. Because sometimes it really, really baffles me. Because when you love somebody, right, you see the person as a mini God. It becomes very difficult for you to see what they're doing wrong. Because here, it's more like giving human being absolute power. They have full control over you. I'll give you an example. During COVID, there is this pastor I used to respect so much, Pastor Chris Oyakhilome. I was actually shocked. Some of the stuff he was telling his congregation. I'm like, Pastor Chris can say this kind of stuff at your level, with your experience, with your education, you can say you don't believe COVID, you believe it's 5G, they're doing some kind of funny stuff. And I spoke with some member of his church. They believe these things. Jago, I had friends that were
working. I'm not taking word out of your mouth. As of today, Pastor Chris and his church member, they're also using the 5G phone to do. Go ahead.
Yeah. These people were dying like fowl. Let's say, for example, are you saying Pastor Chris don't have friends in Europe, in America, church member? His church member don't have people that work in all those hospitals? They were not to have people were dying like fowls. So it becomes very difficult. Just imagine you have 70% of the congregation believing in what he say. They believe him. So it becomes very difficult. This is what my pastor said. That is why we need to pay deeper attention. It's just like even in politics, you see what happened in politics. Religious leaders, oh, you got to vote for this. This is going to win. This is this. They just confuse the whole country. They don't allow the system to flow. When I was a student in Univer, there was this pastor, Jitan. What's his name? I forgot his name. He started Jitan. I think Gospel to All Nation. He was very popular. Michael Wetz or something. Very brilliant guy. You know what he was doing? He got a lot of students involved in these programs. Some of them, they were dullard. They don't understand nothing. I had classmates that were there. They know sabi book. Like you know you are different. You got to study. If you know you are not at that level, you got to do more work. But they use their time for this program. They could not even proceed. They could not even get up to final year in my class. They had issues. Not that they are not brilliant, but you have to take your time to study. This kind of deceit it is a problem. It's not helping us. It's a big issue. If you go to the north, you hear, for example, telling a 20-year-old guy to go get married. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a degree. He's not doing business. They will tell you, Allah yakao. Allah yakao means God will provide. This is dangerous. If you see, it's not religion. It's their own ignorance to the people. Because religion will tell you, the prophet said, if you are not capable of taking care of a wife, be fasting. While you're working hard to set. So when you see all this stuff, the confusion from the leaders, it is a big problem. It is a big problem that is just affecting the whole society.
Good. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Roads are not good in Nigeria. When I used to travel from Lagos to Benin. Pastor would come. I cover this bus with the blood of Jesus. Our problem then, I used to tell my friend, I said, we need to mobilize to the ministry, to the government, and tell them, do our roads. Roads are bad. So it's stinky. You graduate from university, even if you made the first line in Nigeria today, I tell you, you go find job tired because there are no jobs. But one pastor will still tell you, or one afa will still tell you, oh, now your great-grandmother, oh, now don't they make you get job, oh. If you come to America, you are in the same situation. You don't need to look for any imam or any pastor. You apply for jobs, you are qualified, you get a job. So they use all these things to enslave our people. They brainwash them. It's more like everything must be transactional. It's not supposed to be so. It's not helping our society. It is a problem. So there are deep issues we need to really look at. Even that issue, let me emphasize on that issue I was telling you, like they say in politics, right? Absolute power corrupt absolutely. I forgot the name of the person that made that statement. So absolute power corrupt absolutely. In any form, when you give human being absolute power, be ready. They will take advantage. 99.9% of the time, they will take advantage. So that is what is happening in most of the settings. You give the person absolute power, he just screw the knot. Oh yeah, go here, do this. The money you are supposed to give to the poor, they collect the money, even if you have the money. So it really go deeper. That is why I call it's modern day slavery. People need to question a lot of things. We have our whole ability to think. You got to think. Paul is telling me something. Oh, is he saying the truth? Oh, okay. Ask questions if you are not clear. Don't just take it and just run with it. It's very, very important. Anywhere you are, you got to question. Why are you educated? If somebody is telling you something, you can't go investigate it. You can't ask questions. You can't think. It's a problem. So that is why I said these are deeper issues. On the issue of polygamy, you were talking about electricity.
Before we go there,
Okay.
let's hold on 1 second. Let's give Simba the floor. Simba, welcome. The floor is yours.
Hello, hi everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you have to speak
Excellent.
loud a bit.
Okay. You guys really touch this topic is I'm quite sensitive to this topic. AY actually hits. I heard most of the points AY made said, and I think most of them are right. How do you encourage a slave to free himself? So let's say most of our people were mentally enslaved. So be it Islam, Christianity, even our greed. And we can talk about the problem. We all know what the problem is. We all see the problem in front of us. If you take a woman from the market today and you make her the president of the country, she will steal. And the problem is deeper than one thinks. So religion, I think religion was injected into Africa somewhat. And it's been used to divide and conquer us. It's always been used. Whenever there's a political uprising or something, it's always something that people use. We see our imams, we see our pastors, how they manipulate and they change the religion into prosperity. I don't know what you call the modern practice of religion. Religion is a very sensitive topic, and I don't think you can say your religion is right and the other one is wrong. The key factor is we have to put religion aside. You have to remove the religion from the state to get things forward. Religion is what you feel in your heart. It has to be a personal thing between you and God or your whatever entity you believe in. And I believe that religion doesn't have a say in the workplace, in your governments. It's something that should not be tolerated in any way. It should not be allowed in there. It's something between you and God or your entity, whatever, and has nothing to do in the conversation. So I believe it's just a waste of time. There's a reason why China moved religion aside to move the country forward. You can still practice your religion in China, but it's not what's up front. And I think something that radical might need to happen in Nigeria, because I don't think democracy, talking about religion, is going to change anything. I don't think so that's why I believe what Jagon said, we don't have the maturity for that. So why don't we just push that thing aside and focus on what's more important?
So, Simba, we had the same argument. So, just for the purpose of argument, we push it aside. What do you want us to talk about?
Accountability. Accountability.
When you say accountability,
mm-hmm.
I don't know what religion you practice. Yeah, we're putting it aside, but do you practice any?
Yes, I do.
Which one do you practice?
I don't necessarily have to say it now.
It's just for the purpose of
I don't
discussion.
know.
Please.
No, allow him. He doesn't have to say it.
No.
I know it doesn't have to say, but
I'm a Muslim, yes.
You're Muslim. Does your religion uphold accountability?
That's what it preaches. It doesn't matter whatever. That's what it. Yes.
Yes.
Very strongly.
But that you're referring to individuals. Whatever individuals do or how people interpret their religion has nothing to do with the discussion.
No. Accountability
it's about common sense. We all have common sense. I know what's right and what's wrong.
Okay.
So the religion has no say in the matter at all. My religion does not determine who I am now, conversing with you.
You are muted. We're not hearing you, Simba. Simba, we're not
Can you hear
here.
me?
I'm not.
Can you hear
Can you
me?
speak? Yeah, yeah. Okay, we can hear you.
Okay. I said my religion doesn't have any role on how I communicate with you. If someone in my religion says I should hate you, I have my common sense to look at you and know what you stand for. So it has nothing to do with the issue. That's why I said everyone's religion or everyone's interpretation of a religion can come out differently. So it should have no equation in the plate of what we're talking about, the question of Nigeria.
Okay. Tim, do you have a question for him or?
No, not a question, but I just want to. I have a couple of things that are piling up, and I need to throw them out quickly before it gets lost in my tiny brain.
Okay, let's do it this way. Chim, get a pen and a paper and start to be noting things down. I have a pen and a paper by my side.
I have a pen and a paper, but I'm saying at the same time it could get lost in the way I wanted to present them.
If you write it down immediately, you won't forget. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so Simba, pleased to make your acquaintance. This is probably the first time we're meeting.
Nice meeting you guys.
Fundamentally, I don't disagree with anything anybody has said, but where I have a different view, and then first of all, before I go there, remember when I was trying to explain my understanding of what Jago was saying when he said we're not ready. It wasn't that I'm saying I agree that we're not ready. I was just trying to explain to you my understanding of what Jago meant when he was saying that we were not mature in terms of trying to discuss the issue. Now, that being said, I don't think that any issue should be swept under the table. I'm one of those people who I'm totally against, people getting mute. This whole concept of you don't have to respond or don't speak about something. The popular memes that I used: see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil. I don't agree with that. While I use that meme to play around with people, I don't agree with that concept. There are no sacred grounds, actually. We human beings are the ones who create supposed sacred grounds and say we shouldn't go to certain areas or do or ask questions of certain things. Now, so I think religion is worth discussing. But the prism from which we're discussing religion is that how do we hold these men or women accountable? That was where we began from. So we have religious elites. We know these religious elites are quite influential in society. Some of our bad politicians reverence them. They go to them. They ask them to pray. Now, I know when we said religion, the first thing that has come to mind is Christianity and Islam. But there are people who are traditional worshippers. They go to their Ifa chief or to their Amadioha shrine to tell the Amadioha guy they are going for politics. The Amadioha person or the Ifa person should pray for them. And these people do pray for them. Sometimes in praying for them, they tell them to go bring fowl. They tell them to go bring goats. Sometimes they tell them to go bring human beings. That, you will not win that election until you have gotten one human head, opened the ground, and laid it. And guys, you guys agree with me that I'm correct. So because
they prayed for good Lord Jonathan.
But what we were discussing, where electricity brought it, was that what should we do with these people? And then somebody in the comments now asked a question that triggered it. My belief is this: that when it comes to religion is not necessarily bad. The problem is the individual, the persons interpreting and applying these things. I've said it here several times. There were missionaries in the Christian faith who came to Africa, established schools, run those schools, developed people, encouraged people to grow, and they left. They were not necessarily with the colonialists. They were a set of people like that. They came to do good work. They just felt, go and serve humanity. We might misunderstand them because, but I know what has happened with colonialism and everything, and then we say, this will brought bad religion to us. I get it. I get it. I understand it. But there were some people who came with a genuine heart of service to offer service. Now, in my contributions, I always like to bring personal experiences because it helps me be authentic. It helps me be authentic. So when we've talked about religion and how we're supposed to be one another's helper, and taking from what Simba said, that his religion does not in any way explain who he is or define who he is, I agree to an extent. But your religion will also help you to be a better person, especially if the compass of that religion has humanity and service at the heart of it. So when I was growing up as a young man, I had an Ishan friend, a medical doctor in the Nigerian military, who knew I was looking for a home. I had just, a young man, I was still living with my parents, but he knew I wanted to stay on my own. He knew I didn't have the resources. They promoted this guy and he moved into a barracks with a, beautiful, and then that barracks came with, that apartment came with an adjoining, what we call BQ. He had brothers-in-laws he could have given it to. He had brothers. He insisted he wouldn't give it to any of them. He gave it to me. He said, this young man is starting life. He needs somewhere to start his life. And he didn't charge me any money. I lived there, built in my savings and everything. In fact, I actually got married from there and just moved on. I got married. I never brought my wife there. It was while I was there that I got married and I moved on. But this guy is not an Igbo guy. He's Ishan. Doesn't come from the same ethnic group with me. Doesn't speak the same language. But he had humanity at his heart. Now, I want to take it that if this guy was Muslim and had that same kind of behavior and thought, he would have still done it even though I was a Christian. I don't know if you understand, you're following my friend of thought. It wasn't about that, oh, this guy is mine. He had brothers. I knew his brothers who would have stayed there. He refused to give it. He told them, come on, if you want to come to Lagos, you stay in my apartment. Leave this guy this place. Leave him. He needs to start his life. And he gave it to me and stayed there for 2 years. And I grew from there. I progressed while living in that place. And he became my friend, even though I've lost touch with him for a while. Now, what am I trying to say? Sometimes when we make certain things a taboo, it's because we don't want to be mature enough to discuss issues. Let's be mature to discuss issues. Yes. If my Christian faith has anywhere that maybe there's a misunderstanding, I should be courageous enough to admit that, okay, you know what, there's something here that doesn't seem right. And then we explore why that thing doesn't seem right. And that's why for me personally, I have said that there is nothing wrong with my Christian belief. What is wrong is the persons, I continue to say, the individuals who profess it. Either is a pastor who is misinterpreting and wrongly using certain principles to either fleece people or to be prejudiced. That's the person that has a problem. Or the individual himself who is not questioning things he's being told. And you guys are not here early enough. I don't think I want to share that experience anymore. I've shared it a gazillion times here of how I belong to a church and a minister was sensitive to certain behaviors that the congregation were putting up. He knew that this thing was wrong and he addressed it. He wasn't afraid to address it. And he addressed it. And even when the congregation did not want to see reason and change, he looked for another loophole, another way to bypass that process and cut it off. And I was very respectful of that person. I said, this guy understands human psyche. People were turning him into a god and he didn't want to be a god. But he just couldn't stop the people from doing what they were doing. So what he needed, he had to look for a way to bypass that thing they were doing. And that's how he just literally poured ice on it and he died a natural death. That was being creative. So I think our problem is when we don't sit down and address issues. Now, was it AY or was it Paul who reminded us of certain changes going on in Saudi Arabia today? Do you understand? They've had good leaders, but they were also very conservative in certain principles. But we've now had somebody who is trying to unravel a few of those things. He's giving women liberty to do or to drive. There are some places where you can't walk. I have friends who have been to Jeddah, my former colleagues, and they will tell you if you go to certain places, in those places, as a young man, you can't even be walking behind a lady. Those police will come and ask you, why are you walking behind this woman, and conjure something. But the point I'm making, and I'm not trying to disrespect anyone, is development and education and culture. I told Andrew, I'm trying to write a paper on culture and education. And I've started, and I'm seeing a lot of things I can write. I've just been lazy about it. You see, culture is not necessarily bad. So, and everything has culture. In religion, there is culture in it. But what people fail to do is that people fail to question certain things once in a while and ask themselves when things need to change. There are certain things that sometimes often need to change. They don't change those things.
Chim,
I will end here, Andrew, if you permit me. I will end here. When Jago was talking about Titan, he said something about produce. I agree with him. However, let's put it in context. In the time when that fighting and they were told to bring those things to come, the economy was agrarian. People used to bring those tithes from their farms, remember. But today, people don't work in farms all the time. Not everybody is a farmer. So if you want to give to your religion, you want to give a tithe, you can give money. But you have to understand the concept of tithe, and I agree with him, so that you don't get fleeced. You don't think that it is something that you are paying, is a tax you're paying in the church, like you pay tax to government. No. That is the thing that a lot of ministers have abused. They make it look like it's a tax. God is not a tax master. He doesn't place anybody under a tax process that you have to pay a tax. They were given that tithe because they had the Levites who were not working. Let me end here, please. Who were not working, and they needed to be taken care of. And God says, bring those things so that you can take care of your brethren. But today, in case you want to give to a church or to a ministry, you don't have a farm, you can give money if you want to give. Do you understand? Because even in the days of the produce, if you couldn't bring your produce, maybe you live far away and the temple was far away, you were allowed to do what? Sell that produce and take the money and come and give.
All right, Jim.
So I wanted to make out those points because they were there.
No, we will come to that point. Desta, welcome to the.
Can I say?
Welcome to the platform. So what we're going to do now going forward, usually I don't like allocating time. If we will apply discretion and keep our argument to reasonability differs. So my team reasonability and mine may be different in terms of, but I want to swing this discussion in a way that people were Simba, Desta, welcome. But I'm going to do this a discussion. There is this president, ruler, whatever you want to call it. In 40 years, he fed from his own personal, he took care of his government, and he fed 30,000 people every year in his palace. 30,000 people every year in his palace. Now, the question I want to ask is, do we prefer such a person to be president of Nigeria? I'm going to repeat. I'm not sure if you're getting what I'm saying. There is this president, king, who he fed 30,000 people in his palace for 40 years. The citizens also were well-to-do. Do we prefer such a person as a president of Nigeria? I'm being specific now. Yes or no will suffice before I tell you who the person is, please. Chim, are you speaking?
No. Can you repeat
one
the question?
answer? No.
I didn't quite get this thing. That's what I'm asking.
We're having
electricity. One answer for me, no.
You will not prefer. I mean, the citizens have electricity. It created job for them, just as you are in America. You won't want such a president in Nigeria?
Nigeria needs more than that. No.
Huh?
No.
Nigeria needs more than that. No.
Okay. Who is answering?
I would also say no, but because it's one of those questions where whoever you're going to say, it's one of those questions that is almost like a cut and paste. You know, there's particularities to any country. And I will say no for that reason, really, because Nigeria is particular, and I've got my own thoughts about the kind of leadership that Nigeria needs.
Okay. let's Nigeria is peculiar. That's what you said, Jago.
Particular.
Particular. So let's now say, what is the particular about Nigeria?
Electricity, I still don't understand the question very well.
No,
Please, that's
no,
why I don't want to say yes or no yet.
Ignore that question, Chim. I want to go with what Jagun said. What is particular about Nigeria that, as such, we have to look for somebody from a different planet? Jagun.
We don't have to look for somebody from a different planet. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that what Nigeria needs is this kind of discussion amongst not just the elites, but amongst the people in its entirety. And when we speak about
Jago, we are all Nigerians here. We are having discussion. That's the welcome apology. So when you say this is a kind of this for Nigerians to talk about, we are all Nigerians here, and people are watching. So
yes.
I don't understand your point.
Let me try and give you a quick understanding so we can
Make
move
it
on.
brief, please.
Oh, there are over 500 spoken languages in Nigeria, over 250 ethnic types that we can identify. With that, it is particular or peculiar. Within that, there are obviously varied ways of praising God, and everybody is heartfelt about this. And within that, there's a big mix of confusion, corruption, and deceit inside it. Amongst that, there is a deep sense of love for the cultures that we all belong to. With this, a deep discussion is needed to bring us out of our myopic viewpoints and to bring us into civility.
Okay, Jago, I'm going to apportion a tribe to every one of you right now. Chim, you are an Igbo man. What's your name? Paul, you are an Hausa man. AY, you are from Ifik. Dexter, Simba, I beg your pardon. You are an Edo man. Jagun, you are Dexter, you are an Isha man. I need you to answer this question and be sincere with yourself. Which among you here do not like electricity? Constant electricity. Raise your hand if you don't. Please, can you raise your hand if you don't, please? Which among you here do not want employment in its community? Which among you here do not want good roads? Which among you here do not want good health center? Which one of you here do not want a national airline where they can travel free? Which among you here do not want a supermarket to walk into, accessibility, internet, mobile phone, security?
That's not the reason why I said. That's not the reason why I said no.
Hold on 1 second.
Let's see where he's going. I'm not sure where he's going. Let's see.
Yes. I think you are the only one that not sure where I am going. Every one of us, I believe everyone here. I've just asked a simple question.
And we've answered.
I listed.
I didn't answer because you didn't explain properly to me, so that I want to respond to that question.
I said forget that question.
Okay.
I'm saying I've apportioned tribe or religion to every one of us here. Different religion. Let me be the one serving juju. Okay, you do anything. The question I am putting to every one of us here that say Nigeria, particularly Jago, Nigeria is particular with 500 tribal. I ask a simple, basic question, basic need of humanity, regardless of your religion and belief. That you, Jago in UK, Chim in Canada, Paul in the US, I don't know where AY come from. Maybe it's from the planet.
Japan.
Maybe it's I don't know which planet it is. Simba, the basic thing that every one of us is experiencing, that we've sat down here 3 hours, 45 minutes, and 51 seconds and counting. Electricity. Which one of you do not like it? Do not want it? Irrespective of which one of us? Exactly. So why is it that we are not highlighting, because we're speaking different language, we are denying the basic things that every one of us need that unite us for us to achieve this thing? It becomes so difficult to say that it's a deep thing for us to not talk about. I don't get it.
No, we didn't say it's not something we should talk about.
It's Jagun that because it keep referencing this thing is so deep, this thing is so deep. This thing is so deep. We are not ready
let's again. Remember, we're having a discussion, and one mustn't be hurt necessarily by what people say. but to ask a question as to why. Now, you know that with all the complexities that Nigeria has, as much as we may attempt these communications, push to the limit, Nigeria could, this kind of discussion could make Nigeria explode, or when I say explode, that there will be bloodshed with this kind of discussion. Deep, no matter how cerebral one individual may think he is, and how that individual thinks he may have all the answers. As you put this kind of course forward, where human beings are concerned, particularly in the concept of Nigeria, bruh, there are too many unthinking people. There are too many people who are set in their ways. There are too many people who are ready to brandish a cutlass and take your head off based on what you're saying.
Can you hold on?
So given that paradigm, wait, my friend.
I'm moderating right now. Can you please hold your thoughts, please? Desta, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Why did you do that? I don't understand why you did that.
Desta, Jagun, I said hold your thoughts, please. Desta, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I've been listening on the background throughout, so let me just join in. I don't think sometimes most of these things we cannot really give a definite answer. I mean, what you are saying, electricity, is very valid because the basic needs of man, everybody needs it, irrespective of tribe or religion. You know, everybody needs the basic needs. However, you know, that modality, you know, it's not everybody's culture that will accept it. You know, I think some sections, you must appreciate that in Nigeria there are some sections that are egalitarian, and that's what they want to be. You know, there are some sections that will accept that kind of, okay, one person can provide everything for us, we live in a happy way, fine. But there are some sections of Nigeria that you have to appreciate that they want to contribute. They don't want you to give them food to eat. They want you to give them a farm. They don't want you to give them the fish. They want to own a fish pond for themselves. So we cannot really answer the question just, yes, as much as everybody wants that. But the way we get there also is very important, you know, and that's what I'll have to say. So that's your question. You know, it's a very valid question, and everybody wants. It's just like if you are traveling somewhere, the route you take may not be the same route Chim wants to take, may not be the same route Paul wants to take. But at the end of the day, you get to the destination. All of you will get to that destination. Some people might want to take the faster route. Some people might want to take the countryside that will be longer, you know. And you cannot now say, oh, everybody must follow one route, you know. So I think that's my take on that question you asked.
Thank you.
Electricity. Can you guys hear me?
Hold on, let Jagun say. Jagun, go ahead.
Oh no, I came to more or less my close. I was just wondering if you understood and heard what I said.
I understand very well what you said, and you said if we go in this discussion, it's going to explode. I don't know what you mean.
Not necessarily here amongst us. You see, you put forward a scenario, and
all right, we lost him. I'm not responsible for that.
Electricity. Sorry, and I don't mean to be persistent on something that shouldn't. If you don't explain to me, I'll be lost in this whole conversation. A call was coming in, and it was someone I didn't want, so I was looking at what do I do, and because of that, I didn't quite follow what you were explaining. And so I needed you to explain to me what you were saying, so that I can respond and then also follow and understand what people.
And who is that person?
Is it okay for me to re-explain? So I'll make it brief. Is that okay? Simba, you wanted to say something.
Who is the person you're referring to?
Come again?
Who is that person you're referring to?
No, that question has been disregarded. I've thrown it into the bush. I'm not going to go there. So
I'll just say
we're focusing on the
might be
matter,
possible that person
Chim
has a pit bull behind him. But Chim, go on. Yeah.
Let me just repeat the question, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'll make it simpler. I'll simplify this question. We all are in different geographical locations. Primarily, we are in diaspora. If you are not, you won't be sitting here for the hours you have sat here so far, because the basic things are there: electricity, internet, water, good roads, employment. All these things are there. Now, regardless of your religion, your belief that you are lying to, we all need these things. Am I correct?
Yes.
So, can this thing that I just highlighted, is it possible for these things to unify us in spite of our religion, our language, different language we speak?
Yes.
And is it possible for these things to unify us?
Of course, it is possible to unify us. I don't see
So,
why it
if
shouldn't.
it is possible, we are saying it. Does everyone agree with that? I know, as Desta already spoke, it's so. Why do we think we cannot achieve what we desire back in Nigeria
That's not what
if
we
we
said.
agree on these things? Because we all need these things, irrespective of our differences.
Okay, so for me, just to contribute quickly, and then anybody else can say what I want to say is, is that not basically what the Nigerians are looking for in a leader? Somebody who will give, at least for now,
Exactly.
security, electricity. Because whether I speak a ethic, or I am a vulcanizer, or I'm an Igbo man in what they call it, a computer village, I need power to be able to be innovative. I need power to run my restaurant. I need power to run my hotel. I need power to run my company. If I have those things and then I can travel, I've done jobs here where I live that I close by 2 a.m. and I have to go home. And I jolly ride my vehicle safely. Nobody stops me. I get to a traffic light, spend 15, how many seconds the traffic light takes. Nobody comes to take advantage of me when I'm at that traffic light and the traffic light turns green. And I go home, I park my car, I walk into my house. My family is sleeping. I go shower and I sleep. And I did this for several years. Nobody troubled me. Is that not what we're looking for? Don't I want to go to Lagos and Dexter will invite me to VI for a party and I live in Ajangbadi and I freely drive from Ajangbadi to honor Dexter's event in the middle of the night and go home? Don't you want an economy that also runs 24 hours and all those things? And then internet, we have our good brother Righteous Man that calls in into the show and complains of data. Don't we want to have that data and then we can discuss with him? Or I live in Canada, I want my parents to visit and I can get Nigerian Airways to fly them at a cheaper rate than flying a more expensive airline. So I don't know why that shouldn't be. I don't care if the guy who's going to provide it worships Shango. I don't care. Or that's, in fact, full disclosure, I voted for Buhari in 2015 because I thought he would have solved those problems. He didn't solve them. I'm Igbo. Majority of my ethnic members voted Jonathan. So why is that a problem? I don't understand why that should be a problem.
Thank you. The next flight, Paul, the floor is yours. We go by turn now, please.
I think Tim completely spoke my mind.
All right.
All we just need that good leader seamlessly. You understand? Just like the way you press your phone, you want to download, say Instagram, you have the Play Store or whatever to get Instagram, to get your TikTok and everything. Then you can play with your phone. This is how system work in the so-called what they call the first world. You understand? Just like that. We don't need to think too much about anything. Truth be told, this is election time in America today. The Republican and the Democrat, when you look everything these people are talking when it comes to this politics, all nonsense. You understand? But because of they've put system in place in so many aspects of the government, it just makes things work. If there is no system in place that the president, Donald Trump, will be like a monarchy or Joe Biden will be like a monarchy, they will worse than Nigeria. But because of there is system in place, you understand? Other than that, I prefer to vote for Sanwo-Olu as a president of America than to vote for Donald Trump or to vote for Joe Biden. In as much as I will condemn Sanwo-Olu in Lagos, Nigeria, but I would prefer him 1,000 times to Trump nor Biden with the rubbish that they're doing. You understand? But system in place just makes a difference. So I don't need all this, my Yoruba man, my Igbo man, my this one good man. Put system in place seamlessly, let things work. Like they'll say in my my call, autopilot, so that the captain can sleep, so that the captain can stay inside his cockpit and still look the fine girls when they carry for flight. You understand? Yes, now.
Thank Paul. Anyway, the floor is yours.
Okay, man. Thank you. I have to go.
All right, thank you.
I'll be in the
Paul.
background
Okay,
watching.
Paulo.
I appreciate
Easy,
your
Paul.
time.
I don't even know where the discussion is going again. But but the thing I'm gonna say, right? So we might be discussing religion today. That's just the topic. But I think the tribe thing is even stronger than the religion in Nigeria. But
I can understand when you say you don't know where it's going. So that means you are lost. You've been in a trance since.
no, not that I'm completely lost. It's just that we diverted the topic. It kind of.
No, I ask a question. You're a Yoruba man. You like you want electricity. Sorry, wherever you are from. I don't know.
I say you don't initiate me for Yoruba.
Wait now. I apportion tribe to everyone and religion. And I highlighted few things: electricity, good roads, water, blah, blah, blah. And it's what every one of us want. And this thing is enough to unite us. Do you agree on that?
100%.
I
know you asked that question. So, to be honest, me, what they hear? If not Chinese man, Chinese, we fix the problem in Nigeria. Give us light. Give us whatever we need. Steer the country in the right direction. I go worship him. I will so much follow him.
Careful how you use your language, bro. Bro.
I know. Okay. The way my mind work, right? Like, if it's a single tribe, all our ministers are from a single tribe. Whatever they believe in, I think most people do. Even when you see us push it towards our tribe, I think most people do. Like, Nigeria just wants solutions. If we have solutions, some of the discussion we are having today, we will not be having them if the country was working. All what I think everybody, even if you believe in your tribe so much, trust me, all most people want is let the country start working. If the country was working, nobody is going to talk about Muslim ticket. But today, they are politicians. Muslim ticket is garbage. If the country was working, nobody is going to care about Christian ticket. If they can do the job, nobody is going to even have the discussion. Why I think we having this discussion, they kind of like give us the room to have the discussion. Oh, we are this, we are that. Like, oh, I'm from here. That's why we're having the discussion. But for me, the summary of the whole thing, we just want the light. We want the jobs. We want the country generally to work, infrastructure, basic amenities. If this stuff start working, even the Tinubu, you see everybody, majority of people and just bash it today. If Tinubu can rewrite his name, trust me, in the next 2 years, if Tinubu can start fixing the country, building the real infrastructure people want, improvement in electricity, if the mind of the people will change, you will see people will start telling, oh, more, let's vote for this man for second tenure. This is the whole truth. Every part of the country is feeling the impact of this government. Trust me, Nigerians will keep behind Tinubu. Even we that are criticizing Tinubu today, that is just all we want. But if we are not getting that, that is why people will keep shouting. Even the Obi they are praising today. If Obi is in power today, is not doing well, people will still turn against him. This is Nigeria.
Thank you.
It's not that because they push it for Peter Obi is gonna come and just do what he like. No, he's not gonna have that. So we just want this to work. If this start working, everybody will relax and just do their own thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Simba, the floor is yours.
Okay, if I knew all this information, I think I have to just qualify the reason why I said no. I didn't say no to electricity. I said no to how it's going to be implemented. I said no generally because, I mean, I know this corruption is very strong in Nigeria, and the corruption bites back in Nigeria. If you want to, let's say, for instance, the man has good intention and he wants to make electricity, what are all the elements in ground that will sabotage his goal? They could kill him. Even if you go to the government right now and you say you're going to be in a local government and you don't want to be corrupt, they will kill you, or they'll kick you out, or they'll frustrate your life. Corruption is very strong in Nigeria, and I was just trying to go directly into the solution. Of course, I wish the best for the country. If a man is going to give electricity to Nigeria, it's not that easy. It's not something he can snap his finger. The infrastructure, he has to get the mindset of the people in there. And I'm afraid Nigerians need Koboko. They don't, it's just generally how they are. They don't, corruption fights back. What's in it for me? If you want, let's say it's going to cost him 5 million to install electricity in one place. Probably by the time he finishes bribing the people, it will be going to 50 million.
Simba,
so
sorry for interjecting you.
Wrong.
Simba, sorry for interjecting you. So you are the Minister of Power and whatever it is. So what do you call that position again? The Minister of Power and Mines, if I'm correct. Would you do the same thing you just highlighted now?
The question is, how did I get into that position?
Now, let's just argue. For the purpose of argument, you got into that position by merit. Would you do the same thing you just said now?
That's the best scenario you're talking about. And of course, if I got into there with merit, then I can fight differently. But I would need to have like 5 pit bulls protecting me in my back.
So you have to be realistic. You are Minister of Power and Mines. You are Minister of Power and Mines. So you have the power to appoint people, and you have the power to do anything. Don't let me use the word anything. You have the power to appoint. So you can appoint those 5 pit bull to back you up. Would that be correct?
Yes. That would be correct. If I have the power to take people to prison.
So that means it is possible to achieve.
It is possible to do, but you need to know the scenario where you are in.
But you just said it's possible to do. So what's the scenario there again?
The scenario is your 5 bulls around you. Yeah, you need pit bulls around you. You need to have the authority to take people to prison, regardless of who they know. Is that possible in Nigeria at the moment? I'm just asking a general question.
Can I ask him a question or just make a comment? Because he said something that is quite that has kind of triggered me.
Ask him a question, please.
So
sorry, apologies, please. Simba, do you mind if you ask questions?
No question. This is what we're having. The discussion is good. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Go for it.
So Simba, you in your analogy, because I hear this, I've also been guilty of that. So don't take it personal. And it's not an affront on anyone. We keep saying corruption fights back. I've actually started questioning myself when I say those things. Corruption fights back. Now, you're the president of the country. You've been given all the latitude. You've been given the power. And then your minister has just been found guilty of siphoning funds. Do you necessarily need an inquiry to prove something that is facing you? The law says don't move money into personal account, which is corruption. And this person moved money into personal account. Why, as president, can't you just say, please, madam, step aside, that is wrong? And then I don't even want to hear from you. You've already broken the law. Because we keep saying corruption fights back. Don't you think that, yes, I'm going to end there, then you say something. Don't you think that when our leaders don't act quickly when something is obviously looking at them, that's when they enable this corruption that is fighting back? Because when you sanction, then it becomes a deterrence so that other people will quickly fall in line and corruption will not fight back.
Okay. The question is, how, if I am a president, first we're talking about minister, but let's say president now. Is the president in Nigeria absolutely powerful? Does he have a dictator power? Can he kick everybody from the parliament and put new people in there? Can he do that?
No, but we're not talking about parliament now. I just mentioned his
saying,
ministers.
we're addressing corruption. We're addressing the topic of corruption.
But he can actually. We've had presidents. We have had a president who removed the Senate president.
That was not my point. I'm trying to emphasize my point. How did he come into power? Is he corrupt himself?
I think Desta, Simba, I beg your pardon. Listen, see, I'm not dismissing your point in terms of corruption fight back. Yes, everything will fight back without a shadow of doubt. And we know
and I'm not dissing Nigeria. I'm not dissing Nigeria. Corruption is everywhere. It's the level of corruption in Nigeria affects your day-to-day life. That's where I have a problem. But corruption is everywhere.
If you are president, power rests on you. Okay? In fact, the power that the Constitution gives to the president of Nigeria, I don't think who has it. I don't know whether I should use Biden, but I don't want us to be pessimistic. That's what I'm just trying to say. We acknowledge the problem.
True.
But there's also a solution to it. And when Idiagbon was there with Buhari, the same Buhari with Idiagbon, if I'm correct, Nigerians fought. Now that's a military distance, but it's also possible for a civilian president to achieve such. Go ahead, Simba. Then I'll use the floor to Jago.
You hit a very, very good point right there. Idiagbon was a pit bull. Correct? Do you see the analogy? Operation Sweep. I think he was the guy in charge of it, correct?
I think it's no. Was it Operation Sweep or Operation? Is it Sweep? Is it that one in charge?
Say no to indiscipline.
War against indiscipline.
War against indiscipline.
War against indiscipline. Sorry about that.
War against it. I know it's not Sweep. I
exactly.
Know it's
something like that. Okay. Now that's my point. People and the Nigerians hated him for that. They hated that.
Nigerians do not hate him for that. Nigerians loved him for that.
That's not true. That's not true, Simba.
Okay. No, Simba. No,
okay.
No. Nigerians loved him.
Not all Nigerians. Okay, not all Nigerians. Okay, let's put it that way. But I'm just saying sometimes some people don't know what to do with freedom. Like now, if I'm driving in Nigeria, there's red light there, and I brake. They start shouting at me, "Hey, there's no police there. Drive on." Everybody starts horning. Why aren't you driving on and everything? That exists. It's like the corruption has been so long in that country that people look at abnormal things as normal. And how do you remove that thing? I come up with the concept of Koboko. Some people need to be spanked for their head to
there's a solution. That's a solution you just profound.
That's a solution, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So we're going somewhere.
Yes, please. That was all my intention. I didn't say there is no hope for the country. I just said there are elements that we have to put into account during our discussion. That's all I meant.
Right. Thank you. Jagun, the floor is yours.
I think this guy is before me now.
Oh, that's not spoken. You go ahead. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. You see, for me, my brothers, I'm a positive person, man. I'm a person that looks at solutions. I'm a person that wants to uplift the spirits of the people, as our spirits are jaded somewhat with our existence as Nigerians. I don't think we can tear ourselves away from the reality and the pain of what's going on. And the discussion about religion, supremacy, culture, these things are very real. They're visceral. They're in our face all the time. We can speak about if X, Y, and Z was there, wouldn't we all just come to a point of wonderful understanding amongst each other? I'm afraid not. And I'm not saying this to be pessimistic. I'm saying it to be real. Whilst there won't be, the problem of ethnicity maybe, which will be a great thing, there will be other problems that we're still going to have to tackle. And I wonder whether the psyche of the Nigerian and the way that we have been orientated will give us the kind of expediency, the kind of mindset, the kind of I don't know, togetherness that we need without these types of frank discussions. When I communicate with many Nigerians, I find a lot of disparity and disagreement I have with them, simply because of the way they see things differently from me. So I wonder about how it is that we come to certain decision points. You know, strange things trigger us. Strange things. You know, you just make a suggestion and somebody's going to be triggered. Just out of the suggestion. They won't tackle the suggestion, but they'll try to tackle you. And these are present. And I feel that, you know, in want of some level of, I don't know, agreement or solution, we are really ready to fall down and pretend that these things don't exist. I'm at a loss slightly. By the way you electricity are approaching this matter.
Jago, let me tell you something now, okay? My years of experience, I don't know how old you are, you probably older than me, but I'm going to tell you one thing now. We are 5 here right now. Just 5 of us.
6 of us, actually.
6, I beg your pardon. And we've been talking things. And I'll tell you again, take it anywhere you want to take it to. If one thing function in Nigeria today, all of that, everything is important. If one thing function in Nigeria, electricity function in Nigeria, I can bet my life on it. You not hear Yoruba man, Igbo man.
My brother, you're talking.
Let me finish. Hold on 1 second.
You're not saying anything to me, bro.
Hold on 1 second, please. If you don't mind. We will not be talking Yoruba man, Igbo man, Hausa man, Ijaw man, this and that. No, because everybody will become engaged, will become busy. Even where there is no electricity at this very moment, Nigerians keeps themselves busy one way or the other. Look at the way Nigerians have taken, even though some things are rubbish that they post on social media, we are very, how do you call this word? Is it enterprising or no? There's one word I'm trying to use, man. I can't remember the word. Nigerians don't depend.
Very enterprising. I think that's what you want to say.
Yeah, very enterprising. Nigerians don't depend on the government for their daily bread as it is. They are creative. So if that electricity can function constantly, you and I probably will, like who said it? Somebody said it here. You and I will not sit down and be coming to do. Let me
come back to you. Let me come back to electricity. Now, the word "if" is the big thing.
It's not a big thing. It's not a big
thing. My brother, please, I'm going to give it to you.
I yield the floor to you.
The word "if" is a big thing. In that, electricity is not rocket science, for goodness sake. We have been there for 66 years.
Jagun.
Wait, Brian, you said you're not going to disturb me. You're disturbing me.
Listen, I have my reason.
You don't stop me. Let me land so you understand me. Let me land. Yeah? What I'm trying to put to you, my friend, is that all these flavorsome ways of elocuting this issue and saying words like "if" and "have," brother, we're in a position where that "if" is 60 years old, my friend. So what are you talking about? Do you not realize that the reason why there is not electricity in Nigeria is because there are a group of people stopping electricity from happening? This is the issue. So this being the issue, we understand that there is a large group of people whose psyche is telling them that to hell with Nigerians, because we're making money in this particular way, they are not going to get what they actually need. These are the issues. If What does if mean, for goodness sake? You tell me
Uh,
about your, my brother. Let's be serious.
Jago, I think you and electricity are saying different. Electricity, what electricity say is true. What you are saying might be true. Electricity is saying
And I'm clear on what he's saying.
if we can solve problem of electricity, it's gonna solve a lot of
Bro,
problem within
I'm
Nigeria.
clear. I'm clear on what he's saying, and I can even agree with him. The only thing is that this if that we are talking is still very much with us. It's with us.
Can I jump in now? Is it okay?
Okay. I just wanted to. Yeah.
Okay. So Jagu and electricity. Okay. So this is what I'm understanding.
Sorry, do me a favor. Take me out of the equation. Address Jargon, please.
No. I'm addressing everybody, all six of us.
No, I don't want to be.
Okay, hold on. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But this is where I'm going with. This is where I'm going with my contribution right now. Electricity, you said something earlier, which I think Jago misunderstood, and that is, we're talking about views. Now, it's just like you and forefathers. Forefathers says it is security, take it to the moon. Nigeria doesn't have security, nothing happens. Some of us say electricity, some say other things. Now, what I'm trying to say is this. We need to hear each other without necessarily, getting worked up. Now, I live in Canada here. This week alone, something broke out in the political system of Canada. During the COVID period, there was an emergency law that is there in the constitution, but they don't use it very frequently. And there was these truckers who were fighting, saying that the vaccines were becoming an impediment for them to do their job as truckers. They were being forced to get a shot, and some of them said they should be allowed not to. And so there was a demonstration, and those truckers caused call it nuisance to society. And then the Prime Minister and his Minister of Justice applied a law called the emergency law. Now, post that law, people have gone to court over that matter. And just, I think yesterday, the court ruled that the Prime Minister used that law wrongly. Now, in the course of all those confusions, people were disagreeing, quarreling. Do you understand? So what am I trying to say? Sometimes we Nigerians, we get too hard on ourselves. We say, we fight over matters. We think, like I rightly heard you, Jago, you said that why you disagree with some people don't agree. And I keep telling you, I
didn't hear what you said. Just so that little bit, please.
Yeah, so I said I heard you when you said one of the challenge you have with other Nigerians is that when you are having a conversation, why we can't agree is that people don't seem to understand or they don't hear or something like that. You understand, right? So, and I'm saying to you, actually, the problem is on both sides. People need to, when I disagree with you, get to a point to say, okay, that's your view, but that's fine. And we let the matter rest and move on. But as Nigerians, sometimes we get hard on ourselves. These Canadians are fighting here every day. Trust me. I'm seeing people on social media throwing jabs at each other. And we think that it's only us who sometimes disagree. That's not correct. The Americans are busy fighting over Trump, whether Trump should be removed from the ballot or not. Those who are saying he shouldn't are being called supremacists. Those who say he should are being seen as people who, are against democracy. So society will always be polarized or, turn into threes or whatever you want to say. What the problem we have is that when we have a leadership consensus, our leadership, and I come back to it, does not know how to harness whatever little consensus we get at some point. For instance, my problem with the Tinubu actually is not even his certificate. I'll be honest with you. As much as that is important, I'm not saying we shouldn't come to equity with clean hands. My problem with him is in the fact that he stole an election. One, I keep saying it. And two, he played a religious and a tribal card in getting to where he got to. He played one. So those are the issues I have with him. Because I believe personally, if the constitution enables him to run, he should have run. Nobody should stop him. But for the fact that he tried to play those things and then people are turning the tables around and trying to say no, that's where I have a problem. And so Nigerians are not peculiar in disagreements. Nigerians are not
No.
peculiar in
I don't think we're necessarily arguing, but I think we do come to things from different points. I'm a man,
which is good,
which isn't bad at all. But I'm a man. I like to be able to come to the point where decisions are made, and therefore we're moving forward. The complexity that we seem to be in is that we have stayed, and we don't seem to really take it on board, that we have stayed in the same place or worse for the length of time from our independence. We have, each of us, a clear opinion on where we believe Nigeria should be by now. And by and large, we would all agree on where we believe Nigeria should be by now. But Nigeria is in a position of almost nowhereness.
Jago, and you know why, Jago? You know why?
Oh yeah, man.
So good. So we claim we're running a democracy. We claim we're running a federal system, but we're running a unitary system. Today, I got information that the Supreme Court, or sorry, not the Supreme Court, that the National Assembly has tweaked the Constitution and has now extricated the local government from the control of the states. And now INEC can go straight to the local governments and run election. Now, it sounds good, right? But here's my problem with that decision. They could have accomplished that same goal of extricating the liberty or independence of the local government without necessarily empowering the INEC extremely. Now, what you have done is you have taken a federal institution, the INEC is a federal institution, and you've given them sweeping powers. That is not what democracy is running in the federal system is running in America. You don't have one institution doing things across board. Do you understand? So what I'm trying to say, if you will get me, is this. California is developing at its own pace. Texas is doing the same thing. So if Oyo State does not believe that security is of prominence, but believe that farming, then let Oyo State face farming. If Lagos State feels that security is a big deal, then let Lagos State develop a security network that works. If Abia State says it's electricity, then let Abia State do that. The moment we stop putting this unified system, it's not a private company. In a private company, we will negotiate, we talk, we disagree, and the CEO will now insist that, okay, everybody falls behind a decision.
Yeah.
Tinubu cannot do that.
And that is what we are running in Nigeria. And we shouldn't pretend that we are not. So therefore, because we're running this system of run and grab and run, a system of impunity, a system of corruption and thievery, a system of oppression, because we are not being humanistic to ourselves, among ourselves. The reason why religion is so deep in Nigeria, and I would use that word religion in the terms that I believe it means, because again, religion is culture. In societies of the past, it was their belief in their ancestors and their God that gave the culture. It gave the culture its name. You understand? Today, religion is simply a tool that can convince, corrupt, cajole, direct the minds of the individuals. That's all it is, no matter what. If you're going to be dealing with God, then really and truly, it's a different thing completely. If we understand at all the example of Christ, then we understand that Christ wasn't dealing with no religion. He was born as a Hebrew, but he wasn't dealing with religion. He was dealing with the word. So as he went to the synagogue, he challenged those, what do you call them? Caiaphas. What do you call those people at the time?
Religious leaders.
Basically, he challenged them at everything, saying that, oh boy, you're doing this thing upside down completely. This is the way to do this thing. This is how it's written. So the thing is that we can't get into this false paradigm and I believe that Nigerians, they exist in a false paradigm, consistently exist there. So when you try to tell them, oh boy, you're doing this thing completely upside down, that you get this crazy argument. You think, oh, go sit down, man. You know,
Jago, someone is accusing you on the comment section. Says you guys have a luxury lifestyle. Your wives can sponsor you to gist online for 10 hours a day. Please help me find that wife.
Is that me that they gisted? I don't. That's all of us, bro. Me, I don't have one. Now 4 wife I get, so or more.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna say this. I'll yield the floor to you guys to be talking. I'm in the background. Let's Jago.
No, I'm going to have to go. When are we leaving? I need to go do
No,
something.
let my man speak. Listen to him.
I think Forefather is coming in. Let
the guy speak.
You reference Jesus Christ going into the temple and pursuing those when he said the father's house is a house of prayer and not dens for thieves. And I'm sorry to say, Jago, I'm really sorry. You contradict a lot of things in that.
I don't think you. You said that the last time, and it was because you didn't understand the whole of what I said. You're picking one slide.
Jago, listen to me.
Go for it, bro. Go for it. Call my name.
Let it finish, Jago. Let it finish.
Jago,
blast me, brother.
I'm not blasting you.
You are blasting me because I didn't call your name once. I spoke to your reasoning, not your being.
If you call my name, it's okay. We are here to have a discussion. If you don't want me to
go for it, bro.
You see, when you reference Jesus Christ and all this, it makes me to wonder how, because Christ in his time, wanted the good of the people, and he spoke to the leaders and even the people as well to do do right by each other. And some of them did right by each other. You know, you heard of Nicodemus who climbed, is it Zacchaeus or Nicodemus? Zacchaeus who climbed on the tree to say, okay, he took people's money and he did restitution and he refunded it back threefold. And so these things are achievable. Where I stand is position I stand in. Sometimes we come across as if the problem is so deep. The word you use, you're not different from preachers who say deep mysteries of God to deceive people, and deep dimension, 7 dimension or 24 dimension of the spirit. And there's no such things like that. They say the deep word of God. For crying out loud, I'm sitting down by talking to you. I have 3 Bibles by my side there. There's nothing deep there. I read it. What are you
saying, bro? I don't understand what you're saying. You're just whapping. What are you saying? Come to the point.
We can turn things around. That's what I'm trying to say. Regardless of how bad.
I want this. Am I gonna disagree with that, my friend? I don't disagree with that. You see, you miss my point entirely.
No,
because you want to make some strange point. You miss what I'm saying.
I need to go. It looks like I'm passing the wrong message. People think I don't have work by coming to sit on the screen. They are accusing me of being a rich investor. So I'm not going to allow them to accuse me that way. I wish they knew how much money I'm asking them to pay me this evening. Then come
on. My God.
Anyway, just on a lighter note, guys, go ahead, guys.
So I yield the floor to you guys. You can continue with the discussion, and I'm just in the background.
Electricity, thank you very much for your time.
Electricity, I would love to discuss
why
that.
Why are you shouting over me, man? I'm talking to the brother. Why will you come and shout
boss.
like that?
Sorry, boss.
My goodness.
Oh. Sorry, boss.
My brother, I thank you for the conversation that we're having. I think it's deeper than just an argument. I think we really need to understand what we're trying to say in its entirety, as opposed to picking small points and sword fencing over them. I know that some points that are small are important, but I feel that you've misunderstood me entirely today, my brother. So on to the next time.
There's gonna be a broadcast on Sunday. It's gonna be very interesting. So, which I'll be running on Sunday, 1 p.m. Nigerian time. Simba Desta, you're welcome. I'll give you a sneak preview. He's talking about the submissive wife and the forward, FROWARD, and the forward husband like Jagun. So
On Sunday?
On Sunday. On Sunday, the submissive wife and the forward husband.
We have Femi Falana on Sunday for you.
No, you know the earlier than that. But I won't join you. I think let me just say this. I think we deviated a lot.
Yes,
it's not necessarily bad. I'm not gonna because when we started this, there were some core things
really
that the original conversation would have helped us to accomplish. But
I agree.
We dovetailed into other areas. Fair enough. It is what it is when people have conversations. So, but I will end by saying, guys, I want to have conversations. I want to have conversations with people who differ. I want us to be able to, even if we want to hold on to our viewpoint, not necessarily see that the other person is attacking you. That's the next growth level for us as people. Let's have conversations where we don't necessarily have to get emotive, but disagree. And then when we leave here, I do that a lot. You guys will not, trust me, I live here a lot. I go and I reflect on a couple of things. There are times when I come and say, okay, you know what? I didn't seem to agree with what Dexter was saying, but with one or two things that I'm seeing post my conversation with him, he might be right. And if I see Dexter the right next time, I probably will say, oh, you know what? By the way, my disagreement with you, I yield on one or two things. That's the growth. That's actually part of why, to a certain extent, our society is not making progress. Because sometimes somebody will say it is Nigeria should run on hydro. Meanwhile, hydro may not be the best for us. Maybe what is best for us is to develop our gas industry. And because somebody is trying to protect a northern interest, for instance, I mean, it's going to come up tomorrow, hopefully. They are moving a certain section of CBN back to Lagos. I understand the hue and cry. It might not be a bad thing. But you see what? The Nigerian government, as constituted by the current president, has given room for people to conjecture. Why? Because he's from Lagos. He has empowered a lot of Lagos boys, and everybody is now narrowing it down to a Lagos thing. But there might be something good in that. I've said it here. In Canada, where I live, the IRA of Canada, they call it CRA, is not in Ottawa. It's in Manitoba. Anything you're doing with CRA, you are writing to Manitoba. If you want to go physically, you must fly to Manitoba. But Ottawa is the capital. The base point of their shipping industry is in Nova Scotia. It's not in Ottawa. So sometimes you liberalize those things based on where you will be able to get the best experiences for those institutions of government. Unfortunately, we've taken everything and we have thrown it in Lagos. Lagos failed. We took it same thing and threw it back again to Abuja. We didn't even learn anything from our Lagos experience. So those are some of the things I want to bring out. We will grow when we start not necessarily taking these things too personal. I just want to end there.
I thought Alexis was going to discuss them this night. Yeah, those are good topics.
No, but it's tomorrow. Don't worry. Those things are for tomorrow with Dr. Damages.
Yeah. Even the Peter Obi deputy you were trying to bring
I will leave that one for you people to discuss tomorrow. I think we've had enough tonight. There's always another day where you go to the beer parlor there and break each other's heads. This way, you don't break each other's heads.
Anthony Oliver, I'm looking for money. Oh, please come and give me money.
Yes, here is where the gentlemen come. That place is where in the afternoon one is where the Agberos go to start shouting at. I'm done with that.
I'm sure you guys have all had dinner. I need to go and have my own dinner.
So, gentlemen, we're going to call it. Jagun, somebody said, I think there's somebody who fancy you here. Oh, this is from England. I love Jagun too, but he can be a
gentle bully. I said Jagun is a gentle bully.
I
Who
could.
said that?
Alori, I agree.
Alori
Oh, I
AI.
see. Is that
I,
how
And
she
the orange AI.
I agree with you 85% in this.
I'm on 100% too.
I'm not a bully at all. I just speak my piece, man. You know what I mean?
Gentlemen, listen, we'll call it a night here, but we must not see the country as an impossible thing to turn around. Number one, this is 4 hours 35 minutes. This only become possible, like I said, just because of electricity and internet. Do you know the cold weather? If there's no electricity, Chim, Jago, you know if there's no electricity, you know what will happen.
Oh yes,
No civilization. Yeah.
If there is no electricity, you know what
But
is going to happen.
try convincing forefathers, please.
Well, I'm not here to convince you. Local P. Anyway, you know what? You guys keep talking. I'm in the background. I'll let you keep talking.
That's good. Okay.
Guys, I gotta go
I'll
to
be controlling from the background. Okay.
Yeah,
So
you
this
guys
is
Thank you.
Chim,
Thank
you
you,
say you are
Electricity.
leaving.
Thank you,
I
my
will
brother.
go and have dinner if I'm able to come back. I'll come back.
Local
Mr.
P.
Jim.
Local P. Local
What's
P.
your wife prepare for us today, my brother?
Jago, hold on. Local P.
Eh?
I know you are just joining.
I'm gonna soup.
Oh,
You
wow.
are just joining.
With
But
that soft meat.
I'm putting the moderating on you for now.
No,
Okay, you moderate.
no. I just brought him because of what Kim. No, Kim alerted something. What's the guy's name just now?
Aleo.
No. Anthony Oliver. Yeah.
Oh,
You
okay.
remember?
What did he say?
No, like you guys have the luxury of sitting for 10 hours, like your wife was sponsoring you, so something like that. So
So
if you are hearing
should we go
me, Mr.
backstage
Oliver,
then, or Local
what?
P? Should we go backstage then, or you go to
No. I
moderate?
just want to be in case now. I just want to like them, Mr. Oliver. Man, I feel you, bro. I know it's not easy, but we can do something about it. You understand? I don't know where you live. Probably live in diaspora. But Mr. Oliver, Anthony, please take heart. I feel your pain. I know exactly what you're saying. Trust me, 100%. But don't worry, we'll get through it. We if you can come here often, we'll talk about it. Even you can come on live, then we'll go backstage and discuss about it. I felt what you said. That thought came from the bottom of your heart, and I can tell you that it's not easy for a man to say what that guy just said just now for real.
What did he say now? Look, repeat it.
You're not gonna understand.
No, which one? He don't say plenty things. Which one?
No, the last one you elected. Anthony Oliver.
Who is Local referring to now?
Anthony Oliver.
Somebody
Is it
from
the one that
audience,
says the North are making more money with
No.
gold? Is that it?
No, you don't bath. You don't show. No. I'm talking about somebody that said something real.
It's Anthony Oliver.
This
I
one.
know what is.
Yeah.
This one, huh?
No,
not
the
this one.
first one. There was one before this. Yeah, I said you guys have luxury lifestyle. Your wife
Yeah.
is also you.
Oh, I already mentioned it now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one Local P is trying
That's
to
what I'm
address.
referring to. Yeah. If you
Yeah.
read what you just said, read it again. Like it came from
Yeah,
from
look
the
at it
deepest
now.
part of his heart.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it came from the deepest part of his heart. Like I feel him 100%. You understand? It's not easy for you to have
We
said that.
feel your pain, bro. We
You
feel your
understand?
pain, bro.
I feel him. So I'm like, you can even say please help me find that kind of wife. I would
Local P.
So I don't know his current situation right now.
I thought Local P was saying something.
No, for real. That was I came in. I was like, guy, man, who's this, man? Like, come on, man. So
you guys continue to talk. I'm backstage.
Very
so
good.
Okay.
please, come on live, man.
Local P, over to you.
Maybe we should start with this. What is it called? What's his name? Dirty matter, and then
Dirty. Okay, very good.
What did that do again?
then talk say say on
2
on Sunday last week.
Yeah.
Abure come here. Abure talk
Yeah.
say to say na dirty day for head of the ticket.
Number one.
Say the story for different.
Yeah.
So somebody came, and I haven't heard it, but I'm hearing that there is a plan that in the next election, that will be on the head of that ticket.
And who will not be the neck?
I don't know.
Yes, now because see, it's better they define it now because it will change the trajectory of that party. It will dramatically, as in drastically, it will change it. So it's better to discuss it now because anything other than
how will it change? How will it change the trajectory?
Okay, fine. You see, there are Labour Party faithful or Labour Party members, and they are obedient. You understand? And I think the kind of type of stratosphere now that Labour Party is swimming on or soaring on right now is obedience, not even Labour Party. Let's be honest. You understand? So and the obedience is coming from Peter Obi, not from Dati. You understand? Dati, people now came to know about him like, oh, he's that guy that has base university. Oh, from the way he's talking, I think this guy is upright guy, this and that. But because it's still from the north, everybody from the south is still not having that, acceptance yet. But okay, yes, Obi number one, no problem. Number two, that's no problem. But if he now becomes the number one, sorry, everything will change. Trust me.
So I disagree with you.
Trust me, everything will change. So because they need to be in the picture.
No, hold on first.
1-1.
So hold on there. So there was the obedience.
Yeah.
Obedience brought Obi. Obi brought Dati.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but the obedience are impatient for what they want.
Okay.
And the Obi they brought, although they love him, does not have the, even though they love him, adore him and everything, he has made them calm, they agree. But the truth about the matter is, the truth about the obedience need a Dati. If they had a Dati fits their DNA. Don't you think so?
Yeah, there's something that fire that can like, man, enough of all this bullshit, like something like that. Yeah, he has the fire in him. But like I said, you can't deny the Peter B factor. You can't deny that. You just can't. You can't.
I'm not denying it though. I'm just saying. If I'm just saying, I mean, have you related with the obedience?
As in diehard.
Have you on social media? Have you dealt with them? Have you discussed with them?
No, I haven't.
Okay. I discussed with even today. Even though there are some of them I agree with, and I understand them. But there are two particular ones. There is one who is fighting an ethnic war now. If you go on Twitter, I won't call his name for you. I don't want to mention his name. If you see the way, and this guy, I don't know whether he's good at hacking people's accounts, but if you say anything, be sure that if you are not somebody who, maybe you say something about ethnicity or you call somebody out on the moral ground, be sure to be that morally straight. Because if you're not, this guy will find everything about you. You go find girlfriend on WhatsApp where you don't go toast. And he will put it out there to see someone that is talking about morality. He's done it to a lot of people, and those people quickly went off. There is another one. I want to tell you, these guys are brutal. Their pain is that their principal, and they respect the principal of being Obi. They do. He's told them to be calm, and they were calm. But I can bet you, if the man was the type that is telling them put fire, they would burn everything down.
Yeah.
That's how those guys are.
But
so that's why I'm saying,
was right.
Burning
everything down, does it? What's
no. I'm not supporting. I'm not telling you what those kind of people who they are. Have you seen their fight with Shoyinka? Have you seen their fight with Professor Shoyinka?
I saw it. I was surprised. when I saw.
Hey, step the troll.
Secret Scott picture. I was like,
step the troller.
I like Jesus Christ, man. People are very.
Jim, the best panelist.
Hi, Steph. How are you, man?
Obi is a charming person. Obi is a charming person, which that is not. You understand? So, like I said, the dynamics will change. Trust me.
So, Loco B, now I'll let you go discuss this topic. So let me say my honest opinion on this issue. First of all, I don't think there is anything called Labour Party. To be honest, it's just obedience. That's one. The second thing, if that is on that ticket, it's not gonna fly. It's not gonna fly. To be honest, 2037.
Will it fly if Obi blesses it and endorses it?
It's not gonna fly.
No, it will fly.
Let me tell you. Even Peter Obi in 2027 is gonna struggle. To be honest with you, for these people to defeat APC House down in 2027, the hard truth.
No, we're not there yet. Hold on, AY. We're not there yet. We're just talking about the dynamics.
So let me tell you why it will not fly. You see, politics is every election is different. You got to look at the issue, look at the dynamics. First of all, that is not known in the North. Northerners, I don't see they will give support to that. They don't have that level of cautiousness that is in the South in terms of politics. That is one. Assuming, I mean, that was also the struggle of Peter Obi in the North. Even most of us will not agree. To be honest, if Kwankwaso was vice to Obi.
So, AY, can you qualify this North, please?
So when I mean North, right?
Yes.
So there is one thing we don't know in the South.
No, AY, sorry, I'm not. Don't be offended, please. I don't mean to cut you short.
I know, I get your point.
So qualifying the North, are you talking about the core North? Does that include play 2?
I'm actually referring more to the core North.
Okay, please.
The core North, where you see Northwest, there is a lot of vote coming from the Northwest. So just imagine if Kwankwaso was on that ticket, there would have been way more pressure because of the popularity. In the South, anybody can come up, like people believe in you. You are not even rich. You are son of nobody. They will vote for you. In the North, it's kind of different. So that is not having that popularity. It is an issue, to be honest. But even when Dati collect the ticket, Peter B is telling them, vote for this person. Mind you, the Southerners, a lot of people have their mind.
Exactly.
They are deliberately supported Peter Obi. Not that they think Peter Obi cannot do it. They are supporting him. No, they feel Peter Obi is capable. He's going to make a change. That was why they voted him. I was telling somebody recently that said, oh, if Peter Obi come into Edo, right, he's going to be able to change the politics of Edo. I say, no, Peter Obi will not. It's just like Edo people, right? If you are thinking Peter Obi will come to Edo and tell them vote for Labour Party, he's going to think again. It's not going to work.
He's on his own.
That is exactly what I'm trying to say here.
He's on his own.
People love Peter Obi, they respect him, but when it comes to places like Edo, they are very, very aware because, man, they've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly.
So
let me throw this spanner into this conversation. Assuming this election, so like for
sorry
instance,
for interjecting. My apologies, Chim. You are moderating in the meantime, man.
If he's going, we hand over to the next government.
If you are leaving, just give me a call. Give me a call, okay?
If you are tired and let Tinubu, you can go.
So the spanner I wanted to throw into this equation is this. Remember, there is an argument that the election results were not accurate, which implies that there are some governors who are governors today who didn't even win. There are some senators who are senators today who didn't necessarily win, members of the House of Reps and co. and down the line. So are you saying that in those places where there's been some dispute with, other offices, because we're focusing too much on this presidency. So for instance, is it possible that a Labour Party won a lot of seats in House of Assembly in some other states that have been rigged?
Very true. Very correct. Yeah.
No,
Because let me answer
regardless.
it. Let me expand on it. See, let me tell you. This is one thing that obedient refuse to accept. Politics in Nigeria, you need political structure. That is the structure. You need that structure to protect those votes. If you don't have it, just take, for example, in 2015, APC had the structure. They were ready for PDP. They were able to grab a lot of governors, up to 5 governors, right? The big politicians, big wings from PDP, a lot of them move over to APC. So they had the money, they have the structure, they have the spread to be able to tell PDP, no, you can't rig election in my local government.
I don't
Labour
think
Party, hold on, let me finish. Labour Party don't have these people. Labour Party have the youths that they are not. Nigeria is big. It's just like going to a village in River State to protect votes. You need the people. You need those people that will say, if they have that structure, you think where Wike will get away with all he did in Rivers, they will stop him. But if you don't have the structure, it's very hard. But people will tell you, no, you don't need a structure. You need a structure. It's a place like Lagos that is well developed. People are aware. When you go to these villages, they just give the Labour Party person money. Oh, take 50,000, go and sit down. Let's rig the election. This is what happened. But people don't believe in this stuff.
I agree with you on one side, AY, what you're saying. However, there's another side of what you're saying, which I don't think is really accurate. Your talk on the structure, yes, largely you need people to be able to mobilize and equip them to protect the votes. However, on the reason why the election was lost in 2015, it was not down to structure. It was not down to the fact that
in 2015,
yes, that was not the reason.
Why do you think?
You keep on thinking that the reason is because you had a president who, at that point in time, was not desperate to be president and was not ready to do whatever it takes.
Exactly. It was a fake guy.
Yes.
Dead guy.
He was not ready to do whatever it takes.
Dead guy.
Yes. He was not ready to do whatever it takes to remain in power. Because the truth is this.
I have no shoe.
If he wanted to remain in power, he would have done whatever it takes. Look at what happened in this election. Let me land. In this election that just happened, the APC did whatever it takes for them to remain in power. Even in 2019, they did whatever it takes. It's not because this is the fallacy that they make Nigerians believe in 2015, that is because there was structure and all that. No, that was not the reason. The reason is because somebody said, okay, look, I'll allow a level playing ground. I'm not desperate. If I don't win, then let it be. That was the reason.
So let me ask you this question. So you believe 2015 election was not rigged?
2015 election was rigged. 2015
was rigged.
It was rigged.
But what you say, hold on. If Jonathan want to be Nigerian politician,
I get it. Dessa, you are also partially right, but the truth is we must put out there. APC in 2015 was a very sophisticated party. Let me explain how. Tinubu was controlling up to 5 states in the Southwest. Buhari was getting 10 million votes consistently for the past 3 elections. Those votes were coming from the North, 10 million votes average. Tinubu structure was there. Rochas was in charge of Imo State. Saraki was in charge of Kwara. So when you look at the number around, APC had the structure. So it was fire for fire. They had the money. They had the people.
Have you looked at the election?
See, hold on.
Did you look at the electoral map?
Let me finish this. Good luck, yes. Good luck could have used more power to say, anyhow, I will rig this election. But during the election, see what happened, right? Mind you, a lot of Nigeria were also against good luck. They wanted any other person, but not good luck.
They wanted a change.
As a change. Nigeria also wanted a change. That make it more easier. Even during election day, right? results from local government from state were posted on Sahara Reporter morning till night. They were popping out results. They had their strong room that was so strong. That was the same question we asked Labour Party chairman. What was happening in your strong room? Do you have all the results from all the states? APC had all the results from all the local government. They could have go to court and drag that case in court and win that case. So it was a bit different.
What you're saying, you're looking at it. You're looking at it.
It's different. Let me see.
I'm
I follow
not,
this thing.
Look
at what happened to Peter Obi even in the Southeast. A lot of leaders in the Southeast were not support Peter Obi. It was the populace, the people. We want this man. That was why, because they overwhelmed those leaders. They could not rig election in the Southeast. PDP and APC. They kicked them out. But in other places, because Peter Obi was from there, in other places, for example, in Edo State, the governor, Peter Obi would have, he won Edo, but he was supposed to have way more vote in Edo. Because Peter Obi won Edo, they were not putting eyes in those states. They think like, oh yeah, we won the state, but Peter Obi was supposed to do way better. The governors was going to police unit, telling people to destroy bylaw buses because of the frustration.
We know about all this. What you're saying, AY. I'm not disputing what you're saying. You know, if Peter Obi won massively in Plateau State, the votes were cut down. He won massively
in Rivers too.
Lagos.
In Rivers too.
Yes, even in Oyo State recently, somebody was telling a DSS guy was telling me recently that even in Oyo State, you won't believe the numbers he was doing. He was doing very good numbers.
I personally believe Peter Obi was supposed, if the election go free and fair in the South, Peter Obi was supposed to win at least 5 of the states. At least.
He would have
5 of the states.
It's not even in the South.
Let's say 1 out.
Even in the middle belt. Even in the middle belt.
Yeah, so
the middle belt, he would have won. But so my point here is this: using institution of states to win election. It was what Jonathan did not do. I'm not saying you are not right. You are right. You're right on what you're saying. But when you now make it look like in 2015, they made Nigerians believe that okay, if you can protect your vote, no, it's not true. That's not true.
But
if the person at the top decides that he must use institution of state to hold on to power, then I'm sorry. Whatever you do, all they can do is destroy the material.
You can't rule out incumbency power. That's the truth. Anywhere, even in America, you can't rule out incumbency power. It's there. It's a tough one. I mean, even before you defeat an incumbent president, you gotta work very hard. Even Liberia election recently that George Weah lost, they have to do what's it called? Do another. It was a runoff. It's a lot to defeat an incumbent president. Either it's good or it's not good. It's a lot of work. It's not easy.
All right, gentlemen.
But it's not because of what you said that it's not easy. The Nigerian own case is just a different kettle of fish.
Nigeria is I get it.
All right,
we'll call it a night here. So have a lovely night.
Local B, you want to stay on the? Yeah, we are on the backstage.
I'll put you on the backstage. Okay.
When you say call it a night, like ending the life, or
no, we'll go backstage. We'll go backstage.
Okay.